Hello. Just making sure audio is fine. Okay. Alright. Hope everyone is doing well today. We are starting today with Chrysanthemum. I'm not too sure what the big mystery behind this game will be, but I guess that's the point of playing it. We'll find out. I think the, no, I think the audio is fine. Okay, we are going to start. Oh. Maybe I should not have made my... there's like a slider for like text size, and like I went all the way big, and like I guess it doesn't fit very well if you make it super big. Maybe if I go like a little bit down like that. Okay, that's a bit better. All right. An elusive yet so captivating fragrance of chrysanthemums fascinated me. I wanted to bury my face into the petals, to better feel the herbal, slightly bitter aroma. Whoops. I forgot to start recording. There we go. Maybe I should just start from the beginning. An elusive yet so captivating fragrance of chrysanthemums fascinated me. I wanted to bury my face into the petals, to better feel the herbal, slightly bitter aroma. Inhale, and it's as if all your worries vanish into it. You forget about who you are, leaving all your troubles and sorrows behind. I wish I could stay in this enchanting world forever. Are we in a dream? But time is relentless, just as relentless and merciless as life itself. Sorry, I was lost in thought. It's okay. Zoya was looking curiously at the bouquet of chrysanthemums, which I was holding in my hands. Okay, so we are at a flower shop. I love the little like succulents and little bonsai trees on the back there. I wonder if Zoya is just an employee or if she owns the place. I can't tell if she's the same age as the main character or not. But I do like the art style of this game. It's very nostalgic. What a scent. I held out the bouquet. Zoya hesitated a bit before tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and carefully leaning in towards the flowers. In a flash, a smile spread across her lips. Yeah, nice one. Not too intense. It's quite pleasant. It's settled then. I'll get the chrysanthemums. Thanks for not running away. Zoya giggled. How could I leave you? You would have stayed here forever. That's for sure. How long have we been at the florist? For about an hour, right? During that time, we wandered through shelves lined with roses and peonies. We looked at daisies and orchids. And we stood next to beautiful cacti with blue and purple spines. We went back and forth between bouquets of asters, cornflowers, sunflowers, and chamomiles. And I didn't like any. And then as if by magic, there they were. Chrysanthemums of every kind, big and small, red, white, and yellow, filling the whole corner. How didn't we notice them sooner in such a tiny shop? And that's only thanks to Zoya. I would have just simply passed them by. I thoughtfully turned the bouquet over in my hands, the snow-white petals whirling around like dancing ballerinas. I think ballerinas is not spelled correctly there. I told myself that if I notice any typos in a game, I would start keeping track of them. So let me just quickly type this in. Also, hello 5B, how are you doing today? I'm pretty sure ballerinas is supposed to have 2 L's. Yeah, autocorrect is trying to add a second L. There we go. Good, how goes? I'm doing well. What color do you think Sensei would like? I have no idea. Zoya glanced back over the shelf. She always pretended to be deep in thought whenever she wanted to avoid talking or was too unsure to speak up. If this didn't involve Sensei, I wouldn't have been so indecisive. Really. But when you're going to give a special bouquet to a special man on an ordinary day, everything changes. You can't think straight. Your thoughts cloud your mind, leaving behind a thick mental fog. Zoya wasn't feeling well today either. She had faint circles under her eyes, a nervous smile, and was constantly fiddling with the sleeve of her dress. I should not have listened to her and let her tag along with me. I need to let Zoya get some sleep. I could sit next to her until she sleeps, so that the nightmares she's been having lately won't bother her anymore. Oh well, it is what it is. That means I should hurry up and finish with the flowers. That's all I can do right now. I'll go ask the florist. I'm coming with you. There was a fierce, unwavering loyalty in her eyes, like a knight protecting her king with all she had. Well, I am her only friend after all. But Zoya is my only friend too. Sometimes I also just want to be next to her and not let her go anywhere. Who knows what dangers are out there. I tried to make other friends at school, but Zoya was the only one who truly became a friend. I guess it's because both of us transferred school halfway through last year, and everyone else in class had already split up into groups. Oh well, one loyal friend is better than a bunch of acquaintances who won't even let you copy their homework. Okay, let's go. The florist was at the checkout, speaking on her phone. Surprisingly, I couldn't understand a word. It was as if the florist's booming and stern voice was being absorbed by a vacuum. All I could hear was sharp hissing sounds. It seems like she's speaking her native language. I wonder if she's an islander or just calling her relatives at home. With her tan skin and dark hair braided in the style of the locals, it's not so easy to tell. I looked over at Zoya. She kept glancing at the wall clock. Then, as if she'd felt my eyes on her, she turned and tapped her wrist with her index finger. Well, the school bell won't wait for us. I'll have to interrupt her. We came closer. She was clearly anxious, so much so that she didn't even notice us. She kept going on and on into the phone, suddenly squeezing it so tightly it seemed as though she might crush it. Zoya gave me a nudge, and I instinctively put the bouquet on the table. The florist's expression cleared. The woman fired off a couple more sharp remarks, hung up, and hastily smiled. How may I help you? Her face relaxed, it was as if she turned back the clock by a decade. I cleared my throat. My heart was racing as if I was getting ready for a long run. Sorry to bother you. I wanted to ask, could you tell me, please, which chrysanthemums are better to gift? The woman glanced at the white chrysanthemums on the table. Oh no, what if I distracted her from an important conversation? And why did I bring the bouquet to the cashier if I'm not sure about the color? What if you're not allowed to touch things you're not gonna buy? My hands are sweating. I quietly wiped them on my skirt. And I was about to apologize for taking the bouquet. Oh, as I was, the woman broke into a smile again. It's not often that people pick chrysanthemums as a present. Her eyes gleamed with a genuine curiosity. Dodged a bullet. Why's that? The florist let her hand glide gently across the flowers. The petals seemed to cling to her fingers, like they didn't want to let go. There's a lot of symbolism in this flower. Some of it is quite conflicting. You know, I should have Googled what chrysanthemums mean before playing this game. Right, hidden meanings. How could I forget about them? Could you tell me more about them? Holding my breath, I stared intently at the woman. I don't know how much she loved her job, but judging by her charming voice, she could definitely have a passion for storytelling. Do you really want to know? I nodded enthusiastically. The florist smiled dreamily. All right, I'll tell you about the most famous ones. In some countries, chrysanthemums are a symbol of sorrow. People lay them on graves. In others, they symbolize friendship and strong bonds. And in Japan, chrysanthemums became a symbol of wealth, purity, and nobility. My favorite legend is the one about an evil dragon who wanted to steal the sun, but when he was carrying it, he burnt his paws. Enraged, the dragon began to tear the sun to pieces. The sections of it which fell to earth became white chrysanthemums. That's why people give them when they want to sincerely and honestly show their feelings. Suddenly, the woman snapped out of it. As if remembering what she was doing, I quickly followed suit. Everything felt alive again. The smell of flowers filled the air, and everything shone brightly. Sorry, I got carried away. The color and quantity depend on the occasion. Why do you want to purchase the bouquet? I smiled and confidently pulled a bunch of chrysanthemums towards me. The 7 bright buds, like solar sparks that had fallen to earth, swung mesmerizingly. It was fate that brought me to them. Thank you, but I have already made up my mind. Oh, we're not going to learn what color and how many? Because depending on the color and how many you give, it changes the meaning. When I left the shop, it felt like a whole nother world. The scents of flowers and lacquered wood disappeared. The warmth vanished, making way for a cool breeze. There was not a soul in sight, except for a single car which passed by. The bakery sign swayed in the wind. When I came here last year, I thought the town was abandoned, that only scientists, military personnel, and doctors live here, and we were sent out here as prisoners. But no, if you look closely, you'll see a group of kids with school bags, people laying out baked rolls or fruit they've collected. And Zoya, who was looking at me with great concern. Whoa, it's freezing today. Maybe we should stop by the dorm so you can change. Let's not waste any time. They said it'll get better by lunchtime. I'll warm up while walking anyway. Aren't you cold? Zoya shook her head. You could still see the worry in her eyes. I glimpsed at her hands, which she desperately tried to hide. Her usually pale fingers were bright red, as if she had just dipped them in a pot of boiling water. She's freezing herself, yet still worries about others. How can that be? I wanted to go to Zoya, take her hands and warm them up right away. No way. I still remember her reaction when I tried to hug her once. I was so happy after passing my exam, so I rushed to hug her. Zoya looked at me with such a frightened look, as if something horrible had happened. Since then, no matter how much I wanted to touch her, I had to hold myself back. So I just sighed heavily and checked if the chrysanthemums were wrapped securely. All good. At least they were safe and sound. So, off to school. Wait. Huh? Zoya's face suddenly changed. She bit her lip and looked at me even more anxiously. Even the circles under her eyes started to look darker. My heart sank. Could it really be that the nightmares were just the tip of the iceberg? What happened? Zoya looked away, her hands gripping her skirt. I'm sorry for not telling you earlier. Noble. My brother is coming today. It was as if a heavy burden was lifted from my shoulders. So that's why she's so anxious. That's why she kept glancing at the clock, even though, unlike me, she was never in a hurry for classes. I wonder if her nightmares have anything to do with her brother's arrival. Did something happen between them in the past? Or is it me just making stuff up because Zoya's news had caught me off guard? And now she was looking at me with a guilty look, as though she was waiting to confess something. She looked so cute and innocent I couldn't help but laugh. That's so cool. What time? Do you need any help? You're not angry that I didn't tell you? It did sting a bit, but not because Zoya hadn't told me earlier. I'm used to people not trusting me with their secrets. Besides, I didn't tell Zoya much about myself either. What upset me more was that due to this small misunderstanding, I could miss such an important event in my friend's life. But it's great Zoya decided to share the news with me after all. Buy me a chocolate and we're even. We smiled at each other. So? I guess I'll have to buy 2 or maybe even 3 chocolates. We've got to go and pick him up now. The smile faded from my face. I didn't have time to process what she said and smile reassuringly again, making Zoya sad. Sorry, I'll go by myself. It's just that we never go out of town, so I'm sorry. It's all right. I was lying this time. To welcome a newcomer to this island, you need to get to the pier by bus, and then come back the same long way. We might make it back in time for school, but I won't be able to give him the flowers. I didn't tell Zoya I wanted to give the flowers to Sensei before the lessons. If I did, she would have never admitted that she needed help. Now I had a tough choice to make. My heart ached. When Zoya had a temperature, she never asked me for help, Even when she had to rewrite her whole notebook after it fell in a puddle, she still didn't ask. After all, her life motto is, I can handle everything on my own. But now Zoya had asked for help. Besides, it would be our first time leaving the research town. We need to find the bus stop, catch the right bus, not get lost. How could I send her alone? And why does Zoya have to pick up her brother? Everyone coming to Anomaly Island is accompanied. Stop! Of course! Wait, isn't a guide supposed to meet Noble? Zoya just sighed softly. I knew you would ask. He is, but Noble arranged for me to pick him up. Wow. He's so brave and full of himself that he managed to break the status quo. There was no ways out, so I shut up. Oh, there were no ways out, so I shut up. Zoya, on the contrary, spoke out confidently. We can leave the bouquet at the library. There are lots of other plants there, so no one will notice it. You could take it after school and give it to Sensei. It looks like she thinks I'm only worried about where to put the chrysanthemums. She's so kind, so sure I'll always help her and never betray her. But you don't really need to come with me. I won't get mad. I can handle it all myself. If I get lost, I'll call you. You're so sneaky, you know that? This time her smile had a sly, fox-like edge to it. Me? Sneaky? Not one bit. But I really did drag it out too long. I even thought about going alone after all. I really don't know what's gotten into me. I wonder if I could wipe your memory. Fortunately, there's only one person around here who could do that. Indeed. So if you did decide to go to school, I wouldn't take any offense. Zoya repeated. This time, her voice sounded more confident. My thoughts were scattered like leaves in the wind. What should I do? Man, I would feel so bad about leaving my friend alone, though. I'm gonna do a quick save. And we're gonna go with Zoya. You can't leave your friend when they're in trouble, especially if they're your only friend. Like, realistically, I would go with Zoya, but in terms of, like, romancing, I don't know if picking Sensei would do anything. I really hope the librarian doesn't spot our stowaway flowers. Zoya looked at me in disbelief. Why are you so surprised? Did you really think I would leave you? No. No, Thank you. Zoya smiled so sincerely and gratefully. It was as if I had just promised to make her biggest wish come true. Her smile is so precious, I'd trade the world to see it. Let's go. We quickly got to the checkpoint. A stubby little security booth and a fence. That was all that separated us from the rest of the world. Still, it felt like we were about to go up against a bunch of intimidating guards who would never let us leave. They would catch us and put... I think there's like a typo in there. They would catch us and put us in underground cells to conduct experiments on us for the rest of our lives. There's something about that sentence that's just a little weird. G, hold out your hand. I looked away from the tall fence and faced towards Zoya. Turns out the checkpoint guy had been standing next to her for a long time now. I'm really sorry. You could see the fatigue in her eyes. The guard sighed as if he was coming to terms with something and held out his hand. It's fine. Almost everyone reacts like this. Looking around like scared rabbits. Oh, come on. You know perfectly well you're free to visit the island any time. Of course we know, but when you've been locked up for such a long time, freedom feels like something forbidden, something wrong. It's our first time going out, so this feels strange. To avoid angering the guard further, I quickly extended my hand in response. It'll sting a little. I wasn't done mentally preparing myself for the pain when I felt the burning sensation. It was as if a swarm of wasps had all stung at once. I screamed. Zoya rushed to me, grabbing my other hand and caressing my palm. What the hell are they doing? It'll be all right soon. Hang on, G. I bit my lip. When the guard did the same to Zoya, she didn't make a sound. How embarrassing. Gritting my teeth, I waited for the man to finish his job. I didn't compare them to wasp stings for no reason. It felt as if the checkpoint guard had released thousands of tiny insects under our skin, capable of tracking us, the anomalies. If we don't return by the end of the day, the ironclad rule for anyone leaving the town. They will send a team to search for us. Even if we were 1,000 miles away, the guard could track us down. So, like, they're, like, inserting some sort of tracker underneath their, like, skin? I wonder how long it would work for. A day? A week? The pain from the sting was getting worse. I was on the verge of tears. No way. Crying is the last thing I'd do. I was so scared to be seen crying that I managed to get a hold of myself. If only there was a way to avoid such a painful procedure. I remember some kids that sneaked past the guard, climbed over the fence, and disappeared for a couple of days. Of course, they were found. There's no escaping the island, and the search team were equipped to the fullest. The kids were hungry, tired, and crying, yet they still didn't avoid additional punishment, and I think that is another typo. I'm assuming this was originally written in, like, because there's 2 language options. And I am assuming that this one was originally written in the other and then translated to English. Okay. I think they were made to learn all the island rules by heart. They were also told a lot of stories about naughty boys and girls going deep to the forest and never returning. They gave the kids a lot of sweets and left them in peace. I haven't heard of any rule breakers since. That's technically also another typo. I'm assuming maybe they don't have someone dedicated to quality control. That's for the best. The rules were made for a reason. They try to make life on the island as safe as possible, so it's in our best interest to follow them. Will you make it for the start of class? His lips were pressed into a thin line, but a smirk lingered in his eyes. What the fuck is his problem? My thoughts grew quiet and I rubbed my hand. The pain dulled, but it was still there. We will. Zoe kept holding my hand, even stepping forward towards the guard like a mother protecting her child. The man grunted and nodded. All right. But if they start looking for you, I won't cover for you. Oh, and good luck with welcoming the new boy. How does he know? I looked at Zoya. She stared at the guard with the same stunned expression as me. I have eyes and ears everywhere. Well, it was really not that much astonishing. Anyone from the scientist team could have told him about it. Maybe even our school's principal, who was the co-creator of the Anomaly Research Project, could have informed them. Have a nice trip. When he went back into his security booth, We both breathed a sigh of relief. If I hadn't been sick the whole summer vacation, I would have had plenty of time to explore the island and could have got used to going without feeling guilty. Why are you looking at me like that? No matter what I say right now, she would insist that everything's fine. Nothing. Don't worry about it. Zoya looked at me skeptically, but didn't push me further. We should totally visit the islands again. No waiting until the holidays. Maybe we could skip a lesson during the week or miss a medical examination over the weekend. I headed towards the bus stop, filled with determination. Fortunately, getting there wasn't too hard. The road meandered a bit, making us climb uphill at times and ease downhill at others, so we didn't pick up too much speed. At least the road didn't branch off anywhere. The bus stop seemed like a lone island in the middle of the backwoods. The road sign was covered in rust. The road itself wasn't in the best shape either. The asphalt was cracked like an eggshell, with ruts and potholes scattered here and there. It's a good thing the bus wasn't there yet. The stop was so overgrown that drivers usually just passed right by. You have to look out for them and wave your arms, trying to catch their attention. I pulled the phone out of my pocket. There was plenty of time. Zoya making me wake up earlier wasn't for nothing after all. By the way, where is Zoya, that sly fox? I looked around to find Zoya patiently waiting for a bus. Straight posture, fingers intertwined, a faint half smile. She looked just like a princess waiting for her Prince Charming. I couldn't help but laugh. Zoya instantly gave me a curious look. What is it? I could look at you forever. She blushed. Her eyes darted back and forth. I'm assuming there's going to be a route with Zoya that you can, pursue her as more than a friend. Oh, Good thing I chose to go with Zoya. If I'd gone to school, who knows what would have happened. What if I couldn't give the bouquet to Sensei? Or I dropped the flowers on the way? Anything could have happened. But now, even if something does happen, I'm not alone. And Zoya's puzzled expression was so worth it. While my friend didn't know what to do with herself, another gust of wind tasseled her braids. Like satin ribbons, they went up into the air, before gently floating back down. I wonder what color Noble's hair is, and the ability. How did he acquire it? As I stood there idly, my thoughts began to pile up like a snowball. There was so much I wanted to ask, but I was too afraid to scare Zoya away. I feel like that was a weird translation thing. That sentence doesn't feel good to me. There was so much I wanted to ask, but I was too afraid to scare Zoya away. I can at least ask one question. When did Noble get his abilities? Her smile stiffened, as if set in stone. What? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. I was just wondering how soon did you find out everything? No need to apologize. You can always ask if you're curious about something. We found out about them very quickly. Perhaps too quickly. There was an engine sound in the distance. It looks like our bus is finally coming. Feeling braver, I decided to ask one more question. Did he tell you himself, or did someone tell you? He rarely shares anything himself, so I was told by others. Yep. First checkmark on the things the twins have in common list. Done. Oh, okay, so not only is Noble her brother, but her twin as well. I wanted to return to the first question, as Zoya still hadn't answered, but the bus was already approaching. Clouds of exhaust smoke billowed up, like from some powerful steamboat. I was afraid that they simply wouldn't notice us. Zoya and I waved our arms. For a moment, I even forgot that I was holding a bouquet. but I managed to catch it just in time and straighten the tangled ribbon. I thought I was supposed to leave the bouquet at the school. Like, why am I taking it with me? Eventually, the bus stopped. Like, am I taking it with me, coming back to school, putting it in the library, and then grabbing it after? I mean, I guess they didn't really have time to stop by school before going to the bus. Are you wrapped up in a blanket, 5B? Hi, Annie. Thank you for the head pat. Okay, eventually the bus stopped. Port was written on a plate next to the windshield. It was the only sign in the island's local language that I had learned to read, and that was only because there was an English translation underneath. The doors flew open with a loud noise. We carefully entered, as though stepping into the lair of the beast. No, it's warm outside. Rest in peace. Yeah, it's getting warmer lately, because now it's like, it should officially be spring now. Well, I guess technically soon it'll be summer, and that's not going to be fun. Despite our initial reservations, there was nothing remarkable about the bus, except for the beautiful amulets hanging above the driver's head, so we quickly settled down. I don't know if the game is going to explicitly explain about the island, but for context, this island is basically where a bunch of people with, like, magical power. I don't know about magical, but, like, people with powers, they all live here. And I think there's, like, experiments or, like, research that's conducted on them. Not too sure about that, but I just know that on this island, everyone who lives there is either some sort of scientist or they have some sort of power, and they all seem to just grow up here. I wiped my fogged-up glasses and pressed my face up against the window, full of curiosity. Questions about Noble can wait. Now it's time to enjoy the view. Huh. The island is shaped like a crescent moon. That is interesting. Libertas Island lies far out at sea. Some say it looks like a giant whale flicking its long tail. Others argue the island closer resembles a crescent moon. I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't really see... I mean, I can maybe see the whale, but it looks a lot more like a moon to me. It looks more like a moon, but I can see how, like, maybe, like, these smaller islands to the side could look like flippers, and you might see a whale, but I don't know, it looks very moon-like. And some even say it is an Ouroboros. No! Isn't an Ouroboros supposed to be like that symbol where it's like a snake eating itself? Personally, I don't really see it. Maybe someone else will, but like, if it's what I think it is, which is like the symbol of that, the snake, isn't it? I have to Google this. I have to fact check myself. We'll see in real time whether I'm an idiot or not. I swear to God, it's that symbol of like a snake eating itself. Okay, it can be a circle. Normally I see it as the infinity symbol, but it seems like it can also be a circle. So, you know what? I can kind of see it now because it almost looks like a complete circle. Alright. They say that if you included the abandoned lighthouse, it links the two halves on the island, closing the loop and explaining where all the misfortunes come from plague-stricken villages to, okay, well, this section is too long. I think if you're going to make a text size option, that you should make sure that at the biggest size, all the text can fit in the dialogue box, because, again, I have to make this smaller. From plague-stricken villages to burnt temples. Because what is it? How big can I make this? Okay, no, I have to go back by one. I think I would much rather prefer not having a text size option at this point. If some of the text is gonna get cut off if you make it too big. I think one of our teachers once told us that the last comparison was made up by tourists, inspired by local legend. Speaking of tourists, thanks to the island's peculiar shape and its many folk stories, Libertas has attracted quite a bit of attention. But that didn't mean it was easy to get there. Due to the many towns and temples, forests and swamps, shaky ground and harsh climate, an airport was never built. The railway also bypassed the island, unlike the neighboring peninsulas. That's why everyone arrived by ferry, although even that wasn't common. At times, a thick fog would curl around the island. It puzzled the ship captains, who started calling Libertas another Bermuda Triangle. So there were a few tourists here, and the islanders lived off the fishery and agriculture. Only a few skilled guides dared to give tours, many of which often ended in disaster. Our research town was only built 5 years ago and was created to study anomalies, people with extraordinary abilities. Oh, there we go, they're explaining it now. I heard there used to be an abandoned village in its place, but the residents had died many years ago due to some incurable illness. There are many such towns and villages on Libertas, the very thought of which always gives me Oh, I can't fucking English. The very thought of which always gave me goosebumps. On the way, I had a good look at the plowed fields, the seashore, and the fishermen's boats. I even noticed a couple of guys from our research town gorging on the apples hanging from the trees. The idea of skipping school one of these days seems more and more tempting. It was even colder on the pier. The wind seemed to take offense at us leaving the town, trying its hardest to punish us with every gust. I shivered. It took great effort to refrain from wrapping my arms around myself. If Zoya sees that I'm cold one more time, she'll definitely start looking for ways to warm me up. And we'll miss everything. The ferry sailed majestically towards the shore. Everyone's attention turned to the boat, which was humming and puffing out plumes of smoke like an old man smoking a pipe. It finally docked. People slowly began to come out. I immediately started scanning the crowd for dark hair, a cap, and a plaid shirt. That's how Zoya had described her brother. Noble. Of course, Zoya found him first. After all, there's something magical about the bond between twins. I don't really know if it's so much about a twin thing rather than being familiar with a person, whether that is family or friends. Because do you guys ever get that thing where you just see someone's silhouette or like someone from at like a far distance and you can kind of like tell who it is? Like you just kind of, you know that person and then you can kind of tell who it is. I followed her gaze. Noble was standing by one of the ferry's railings. Oh, okay. I thought... And he's supposed to be her twin? I mean, I know they're fraternal twins, but like... I thought maybe they would have the same hair color. I guess not, because like, isn't the thing with fraternal twins where it's like 2 eggs are fertilized at the same time? Or like, not at the same time, but like 2 eggs are fertilized and it's not the one where it's like 1 splits into 2. So I guess it's like not that surprising that he's got a different hair color. His smile was dazzling. Also, he's wearing an outfit that I would wear. He was clearly greeting only Zoya. A smile like that is reserved for only our nearest and dearest. But for a moment, it felt like Noble was greeting me too. In the heat of the moment, I waved at him. Noble waved back and moved closer to the railing. If he came any closer, even another step, he would fall into the sea. He's going to fall! Splash! The crowd at the gangway just wouldn't end. Jeez, just let Noble get away from that damn railing already. Why is Zoya so calm? Can't she see that Noble could easily fall into the water? I'm assuming if he does, his like ability will help him, whatever it happens to be. I also just noticed that he has heterochromia, I think. Yeah, right? One eye is green and the other is brown, unless I am really blind. I wanted to turn towards her, but I was frozen in place. Noble was leaning lower and lower. I can't bear to watch. The smell of fish in the sea wafted up my nose. People were bustling around. Seagulls were screeching. I couldn't hear any screams. He didn't fall? Is he all right? Gee, is everything okay? Zoya looked at me with concern. I smiled and glanced at the fairy. Noble was gone. Could he really have fallen? But then why would Zoya be so calm? Oh my god, what's wrong with me? Surely he couldn't have. Hello, hello. A joyful and teasing voice broke my train of thought. I looked up. Thank God he's okay. How could I even think of something so absurd? Nice to meet you, Noble. Okay, right off the bat, I could kind of tell what sort of person he is. Likewise, princess. His warm, genuine smile made it feel as though the world had suddenly become much brighter. The cold was gone, replaced by the warmth of the sun. It gave me butterflies in my stomach. Wait, princess? What? Sorry, that caught me so off guard. There was like a big smooch in my ear and it scared the crap out of me. I thought he like... Before reading the text, I thought he like straight up kissed her. I only came to my senses when Noble pressed his cold lips to the back of my hand. There was a mischievous look in his eyes. It was intense. Zoya does not look amused. Like, she looks so over it. I immediately pulled my hand away and glanced at Zoya. She shook her head. I think I asked you to be more restrained. Why? I'm the very picture of restraint. This ain't an incest, I hope? No, them. It's these two that are related. She's just the friend of her. G, I think it's pronounced G. This is G, the main character. She is, I guess you could call them best friends. She's friends with Zoya. They are the only friends either of them have. And then Noble is Zoya's brother that they've come to pick up. Noble shot me a cheeky wink. My confusion didn't seem to bother him at all. It's nice to see you, sister. He spoke the last word with a hint of mockery. Zoya sighed, but there was nothing but true joy in her eyes. I'm happy to see you too. They didn't hug or shake hands, yet looked at each other with a certain familial warmth. I barely had time to soak in their long-awaited reunion before Noble's attention swung back to me. No! They're not for you! I don't know if she has enough backbone to tell him it's not for him. Whoa, you even brought me flowers. Thank you. He was already reaching for the bouquet before I could hide it behind my back. Sorry, but these are not for you. What a shame. Seems they're meant for another lucky guy, huh? And where's my welcome gift, then? Zoya gave him a stern glance. Nope. Well, how about this? I think before this, we have literally never met this guy before. Does this count as sexual harassment? I think so, right? I don't know. I'm very, like, put off by this. Like, the kiss on the hand was fine, but, like, this is getting really weird. And, like, I get it that he's probably joking, but it's still a really weird thing to joke about. Noble leaned towards me, offering his cheek. He even closed his eyes in anticipation. Time seemed to slow down. Like, if it was me, I would just smack him. I hope Zoya smacks him. I recoiled in horror. My glasses slid down my nose and I made a great effort to push them back into place. And then... yeah! Fucking sock him! My girl Zoya, always having my back, love her. Ouch! What was that for? I stared at Zoya. She looked calm and composed, but her eyes were filled with righteous anger. And shall we leave you here? You'll find your way back, won't you? Noble raised his hands in surrender. Okay. I'm sorry for being persistent, princess. This unusual nickname again. It sounds so strange. The name is G. I know, but princess suits you better. Zoya rolled her eyes and I couldn't help but giggle. It was the first time I'd seen her so annoyed. She reminded me of a tiny, angry hedgehog. Noble chuckled as well. Apparently our reactions were a great source of amusement for him. And then my gaze landed on a large clock hanging from one of the dock pillars. The time! I quickly pulled out my slider phone from my pocket. My fears were confirmed. We were going to be late, and we still need to swing by the library. We definitely won't make it for the first lesson, but we must hurry for the second one. Off we go. Whoa, he quickly figured things out. Observant guy. Yes, as soon as possible. We were silent for most of the walk back to the bus stop. It wasn't far, but we had to climb a steep hill. Luckily, Noble had only brought a backpack with him. How did he manage to fit all his clothes in there? So there were no troubles on the way. I mean, his backpack looked pretty big, you know? And... yeah, I don't know. It's not that amazing. It sounds very doable. When we got to the bus stop, we were soaking wet. Noble took off his cap and started fanning himself with it. I'm assuming because they're on the island, it might be like a humid type of hot. I think humid heat is way worse than like dry heat. Well, you've got some hills here. Yep, sorta. Zoya stayed silent, preferring to catch her breath rather than waste it on small talk. I should have followed her example, but the words slipped out. Noble had me hooked. And he clearly had no intention of letting me go. I thought you said human heat? No, humid. Princess, can I ask you something? Realizing I'd never out-stubborned someone so stubborn, I let out a heavy sigh, just like Zoya. It depends. What is your ability? Just straight to the point like that. He is straightforward for sure. Like, look at his backpack. His backpack is basically the entire length of his body. It's a fairly big bag, and like I could probably fit most of my clothes in it. Noble. Sooner or later, I'll figure it out anyway. During a medical checkup or just by seeing it for myself. What's there to hide? Besides, I've heard so much about how clever and beautiful G is. Obviously, I'd like to get to know her better. Noble said my name on purpose. Definitely. Trying to butter me up. I glanced at Zoya. She shook her head. Noble immediately stepped in front of her and came closer. His multicolored green and brown eyes seemed to cast a spell on me, begging me to obey. He won't let me go that easily. I run fast. I shrugged, feeling awkward. My answer came out even more unimpressive than I imagined. I've met so many anomalies with cool abilities. Acute hearing, super strength. Some can even alter their voice, like Zoya, for instance. I'm assuming when they say alter, they mean like mimic. My greatest feat is sprinting as quick as a flash when need be. The rest of the time, even running is a struggle. Endurance is my weakness. Well, at least maybe that would disappoint Noble enough for him not to pay so much attention. Although that hope quickly faded. He was still looking at me like I was a treasure chest. How fast can you go? Almost at the speed of light, but I've only tried that in testing. In ordinary life, going as quick as a car is enough. How do you tell what to avoid crashing into? You know, the ads on Twitch have started. That reminds me of like a scene in like, what's that show called? Like The Boys or whatever? It's like that show where like you've got like people with like superpowers, and like there was a guy who could run really fast, and didn't he like kill somebody by running into them? Like he ran into a girl and she exploded into chunks of meat. I'm fairly certain that was like in the first episode. But yeah, I wonder if he'll tell us his power in return then. Because obviously he's curious about us. Although, I don't know if powers... I'm not sure if they'll explain it in the demo. Probably for sure in like the full game. But like, I'm curious as to whether these powers are genetic or like just something happens and you get powers. Because the thing is, people with powers are called anomalies, which implies that it's not genetic. But maybe we'll find out. I'm just eating the last bit of cake. Okay. While we're at it, this game has notes. I don't know. Okay. There's 9 of them. I'm just gonna read them in order. So we've got Zoya. G's best and only friend. She transferred schools halfway through last year. She's into quilling and is a member of the sewing club. She has an enchanting voice. She's improving her English so she can get into a prestigious university to study design. Ability, copying others' voices. Okay, so she can mimic. I don't know what quilling is. Is that something to do with writing? I'm just gonna Google quickly. Quilling is an art form that involves the use of strips of paper that are rolled in. Oh, okay. I know what it is. I just didn't realize that's what they called it. Okay, interesting. We have Noble. I wonder if this will update once he tells us what his power is. Zoya's cheerful and hyperactive twin brother. He loves to try out new things, go on adventures, and drag the others along. He loves swimming and is fascinated by the concept of death. He wants to explore every corner of the island. He's especially drawn to abandoned temples. Okay, the checkpoint guard. A grumpy man who guards the checkpoint at the town exit. He has the power to detect other anomalies. Some say his ability works even 1,000 miles away. Okay, then we have Zoya's nightmares. Lately, Zoya has been suffering from nightmares. She doesn't remember the exact events of them, but she knows that these dreams remind her of her past. She hasn't even discussed it with G. And then we have anomalies. Humans who possess extraordinary abilities. first triggered by a huge emotional outburst. Frequent use of abilities can cause side effects and even drive anomalies mad. Sometimes their powers can simply disappear. There are no clear theories yet as to why this happens. Okay, so it doesn't seem like it's genetic. It just seems like sometimes something will happen and it triggers an ability. How strange. Well, I'm sure, like, the game eventually will, like, explain. But, like, it's interesting. I want to know how the anomalies thing works. Okay, then we have guides. A designated person who welcomes all the newcomers and brings them into town. There's no permanent guide. They are chosen from any of the teachers or senior assistants who have free time. In rare cases, a close relative or friend of the newcomer may take on the role of a guide. Then we have strict rules. The rule to return before nightfall is ironclad. If someone dares break it and stays longer on the island, a search party is formed. No one has ever escaped it. Any violation of the rule is followed by a punishment. It's usually community service at school or the research center. And then we got Libertas Island. A small island in the Pacific Ocean shaped like a crescent moon. Some say it's like a new Bermuda Triangle. Shrouded in legends and popular with the tourists, it's hard to get to the island due to the harsh sea winds and dense fog surrounding it. Due to the shaky ground and all of the swamps, there's no railway or airport. A distinct feature of the island is the abandoned lighthouse that no one in the town talks about. Then we got the research town. The town was founded 5 years ago to study the anomalies. Before, there was an abandoned village in its place, the residents of which had died from an incurable illness. Animals are not allowed because the anomalies could accidentally harm them. The town is hidden from the outside world. Interesting. Okay, Noble asked, how do you tell what to avoid crashing into? Intuition? Do your shoes and clothes wear out quickly? It depends on the speed. Usually it's just the sneakers that need replacing. What are the consequences? Shortness of breath, rapid pulse. What do they forecast in case of wear and tear? Whoa, whoa, whoa. When did this turn into interrogation? Maybe he doesn't have powers, maybe he's here to research? Zoya, help! As if hearing my pleas, my friend came forward. You told me you were dying to sleep. Why don't you lie down and get some sleep? That was before I met Princess. Now I'm wide awake. What's your ability? I blurted it out to regain control over the conversation. It was about time I did. Noble narrowed his eyes slyly. The bus is coming. I was about to protest that he was just dodging my question, but the bus appeared on the horizon before I could. That's not fair, but fine. I'll get every one of Noble's secrets out. Can't we just ask Zoya? Like, shouldn't she know? It seems like island life is getting more interesting. Gee, are you okay? Of course. When the bus pulled up, Zoya and I stepped aside to let Noble go first. He bounded up the steps and then froze. What is it? I think I'm stuck. Is this bag too fucking big? Bruh! This life won't let me die. So possessive. Huh? Noble was indeed stuck thanks to his overstuffed backpack, which was completely wedged between the bus doors. At first, I expected Noble to show off his ability, maybe shapeshifting or walking through walls, but no. He just bent his knees, flailed his arms, and giggled. Look, I'm flying. I glanced over at the baffled driver and a couple of passengers, their eyes wide and staring at Noble. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. I wish I could see his face. He was stuck with his back facing us. Are you even planning to get out of there? Haven't decided yet. Are we running late? While Noble and Zoya were talking, the driver slammed the door and came over. He was furious. Whatever he was saying, we couldn't understand at all. Maybe it was for the best. Before the driver went from words to action, we had to do something. Noble, take the backpack off. Oh, that's G. Noble, take the backpack off. We'll push it. Noble huffed irritably. It was easy for him. He wasn't the one staring down the driver's flaring nostrils and huge fists. Zoya turned around, saw the situation we were in, and with a straight face tugged on one of the backpack zippers. Hey, that's not fair. Don't tell me you're going for that pocket. Zoya said nothing, calmly slipping her hand into the front of the backpack. I wonder what could be so secret that even Noble got upset. But before I could get any closer, he freed himself from the straps, darted down, and grabbed the zipper. However, Zoya didn't remove her hand, leaving the zipper half open. Okay, I was wrong. Noble grinned awkwardly, like a child who knew he'd done wrong, fluttering his eyelashes in a plea for forgiveness. Zoya gave him a long look, and went on unzipping the backpack. Hey! Wow, looks like Noble really was trying to stake his claim. During gym class, me and Zoya were always neck and neck. We could barely manage push-ups. We'd be out of breath after a couple of laps around the stadium, and dying after a 1-minute plank. Dude, 1-minute planks are so tough. Can anyone here actually do a plank for a minute? Like, that thing hurts. My core strength could never. I couldn't even imagine her being so strong. Well, maybe it's just Noble being weak. The driver, unlike me, wasn't impressed in the slightest. His face turned an angry crimson as he began moving towards the twins, clenching his fists. Guys! One word from me was enough to distract Zoya. Noble, not expecting her to loosen her grip, yanked the zipper violently, sending himself flying. With nothing to grab onto, and being already distracted by the driver, his flight resulted in an unexpected meeting with the local asphalt. Me and Zoya froze. Even the driver stopped in his tracks, speaking now in a calmer manner. Oh yeah, soft landing. He chuckled and got to his feet, brushing off his pants. Noble got up, and I nervously fiddled with the ends of my glasses. His palms were bleeding and covered with dust. Close the pocket, will you? Remarkable. Despite falling a meter and badly scraping his hands, leaving them covered in blood, he didn't seem to be in any pain. Another similarity with Zoya. I remember how she had once trapped her whole hand in a door. She looked at her injured hand with little concern, as if she'd just gotten a splinter. Then, with an unsettling calmness, she headed off to the nurse's office. She either has a really high tolerance or she can't feel pain. While I was reminiscing over the past, Zoya accidentally yanked the zipper back. Then she and the driver shoved the backpack inside. The man exhaled, muttered something softer this time, and headed back to his seat. I kept glancing at Noble's scraped hands. What should we do? That could get infected. Unlike me, Zoya remained calm. She meticulously examined the wound, like how she would if she wasn't satisfied with the color combination of an outfit. Antiseptic cream. In the back pocket. Do you have any cotton pads or wipes? In the front pocket. Great. Come on, G, before this weirdo does something else. We got on the bus, and Zoya calmly dabbed at Noble's palms with a cotton pad. I watched her, spellbound. Once when I hurt my knee, she treated my scrape in the same calm way. Even though Zoya appeared so delicate and soft, she was incredibly calm and composed, handy during an emergency. Noble thanked her and immediately fell asleep. For a moment, I felt disappointed. I thought he would keep us entertained with stories the whole way. I would have seized the opportunity to find out his ability. Well, this was even better. Finally, I could relax and enjoy the ride. After wedging Noble's bulky backpack by his feet so neither of them would fall, we climbed onto the back seats. As per usual, Zoya pulled out her MP3 player and gave me one of her earphones. A classic in any high school romance. A few moments later, a gentle, soothing melody floated into my ears. I sank into the enchanting sounds of the flute and guitar. The accordion and the quiet beat of the drum carried my thoughts far away. It would have been nice if, like, the actual music corresponding to this MP3 started playing here. But the heart of the song were the vocals. A woman's timbre enveloped the entire melody, filling it with depth. Like a siren luring the sailors in, it drew me in again and again. And then, as if echoing it, another voice joined in. At first it sounded out of place and alien, as if it were trying to break the idyllic moment. But then, as Zoya hummed along, her voice seemed to blend with the woman's voice, seamlessly becoming one. It's so cool to have such a simple ability, the power to copy others' voices. All I can do is dash fast over short distances, but Zoya's singing. It flowed so effortlessly that it completely captivated me. Her throat does hurt sometimes if she sings for too long, but that's a small price to pay for such a gift. Besides, the pain quickly subsides. Zoya is such an amazing person. I'm so glad I managed to talk to her, share my lunch with her, and suggest partnering up together for our first lab project. Even though my heart belongs to Sensei, without Zoya, my life would be painted in completely different colors. What is it? She noticed me staring at her. Awkward. I shook my head and closed my eyes, resting my head against her shoulder. A faint scent of chrysanthemum still lingered in the air. Thank you. For what? It's me who should be thanking you. Thank you, G. Thank you so much. Then do me a favor and sleep. We'll miss the stop. I opened my eyes wide. We won't. I'll keep watch. Zoya gave me a doubtful look. Then, as if giving in, she leaned her head towards the window, ready to doze off. Here, you can rest your head on my shoulder. I shrugged my shoulder in invitation. She froze. Her eyes seemed to ask, really, is it okay? Oh, so cute! That is definitely going in the gallery. They're so precious. Come on. Zoya smiled with gratitude and carefully nestled against my shoulder. Her eyes fluttered shut. Sweet dreams, Zoya. No nightmares. None. She murmured as sleep finally claimed her. What floor? Second. Classroom 223. Turn right. Right. Noble, that's left, damn it. He said, you should have just said it was your right. And who asked you to run backwards? My heart was thumping in my chest because of all this running. We didn't miss our stop, but we had plenty of time. But we had lost plenty of time. Waking Noble up was like trying to pull a drowning man out of a swamp. Zoya insisted on bringing the chrysanthemums to the library. Noble and I sprinted down the hallway. This one has the best art by far, in my opinion. Yeah, the art is very nice. I think this one is done by like a group of people. I don't know if it's one person mainly doing the art or if they have multiple, but yeah, I know it's like a multi-person team. Guess who kept skidding around the corners thanks to their gigantic backpack? I'm still surprised the security guard even let him in with that thing. Maybe Noble really is charming. Or maybe it was just us sprinting like we were running from an avalanche. Here it is! Yep, straight ahead. Slow down! That was easier said than done. The inertia flung Noble straight into the wall, bringing him to an abrupt stop. My phone buzzed. Mission completed. Zoya's coming back. Great. Operation Seduce Sensei begins. I blushed. How do you... Now I'm sure. Thanks for your honesty, Princess. Let's go to class. As we were about to enter, a tall girl blocked our way. Sleek hair pulled back into a high ponytail. Her suit was immaculate. Strict gaze. She looked like a younger version of a meticulous teacher. Of all the classmates we could have run into, why did it have to be the former vice class rep? The girl scanned us from head to toe, before sighing in disapproval. Skipping classes on the very first day and being late too. Your head's all over the place, Jiggins. And you are? I'm new here. As you can see, Lady Jiggins had a legit excuse for being absent. The former vice rep huffed. I don't recall her being related to you. And why would she greet you anyway? Isn't that the guide's job? I knew she would ask. Even I asked Zoya the same question. Noble tightened his grip on his backpack straps. I wished he would just drop the hefty bag on her head. However, Noble just smiled. It is, but it's always nice when you're welcomed by someone close, don't you think? The former vice rep looked at me and chuckled. Very close. I see. Totally. You could keep this bickering going on forever. She must have realized there was no winning against Noble, so she rolled her eyes. Go in then. Once the girl was out of sight, I shot Noble an accusatory look. Did I need to argue with her, Princess? But then we probably wouldn't have made it to class, right? Noble gave me a warm smile and I snapped back out of it. You're right. I know. Noble giggled, opening the door. Ladies first. As we walked inside, I finally realized how I felt about this mischievous boy. Noble was like a refreshing breeze, the kind which can lift the tension in a room and make everyone feel lighter. I shook my head and played along with Noble, confidently striding past him. Judging by his approving chuckle, he liked that. Time to find our seats. Since the lab work was already in full swing, Noble and Zoya took a seat at the back desk, while I slipped into the one in front of them. Sensei allowed us to conduct experiments in groups of 2 to 4, so we decided to work through the tasks together. While the teacher was away, we managed to write down the lab template into our notebooks. Equipment, experiments, formulas, and other funny stuff. Well, by the time I finished, Zoya and Noble were still struggling with the formulas. With nothing else to occupy my time with, I started reading the textbook to understand how to trigger different chemical reactions. But I found it hard to concentrate. Distracted, I noticed myself and some of the other students glancing over at the gigantic backpack we had propped against the far wall. It stuck out like a sore thumb among the shelves and potted flowers. Much like Noble himself, he still hadn't taken off his cap, despite the vice rep's demands. I wanted to watch a bit longer as she slowly lost her patience trying to reason with him. But then the door opened. My heart skipped a beat. Sorry, just of course the overlay is like the sparkly flowers. Okay, that is the sensei she has a crush on. And I don't know if it's a coincidence, but I think he has chrysanthemums on his tie. The voice of my classmates abruptly fell silent, as if a conductor had suddenly raised his hands and ordered the choir of voices in the classroom to stop. Everyone simultaneously turned to look at the slender, tall man entering the classroom. No, not entering. Gliding. The poise of a dancer. Sensei thoroughly scanned the room, as if he wanted to etch each of us into his memory. In those deep, dark eyes lingered an ancient wisdom. Fine aristocratic features, a gentle smile full of kindness and warmth, immaculate clothing. Everything about him was flawless. Okay, he's just holding some random book. I don't know if it's a notebook. It was as if the gods had sculpted Sensei themselves. As if listening to the heavens, we never called him by his real name. It had been this way for a long time. The first students who discovered he'd come from Japan addressed him only as Sensei. Eventually, the nickname grew so natural even the other teachers started using it. Isn't that kind of weird, though? That's like... yeah, I don't know. I was trying to think of like what the equivalent would be, but it's just strange that like it's just him that's called Sensei. I don't know, I can't think of a counterexample, so I'm just gonna leave it. Sensei had been late to classes only twice. The first time was when a girl had a nosebleed upon seeing him. And no, it wasn't me, and he took her to the nurse's office. The second was when the principal summoned Sensei. So it seems like a lot of girls have a crush on him. What's the reason this time? Okay! He looks like a twink. I'm sorry for being late. As soon as he spoke, my mind went completely blank. Maybe I should lower it next time. His voice was like a majestic ocean, a deep thunder, a soft velvet. It was enveloping, captivating, enchanting, and consuming. How I longed to melt into those sweet dreams and never rise again. Noble, I see you made it here safely. Hello, Sensei. Noble's voice pierced through the soft haze. I blinked hard, trying to drag myself from my foggy daydreams back into reality. So you decided to come straight to class. That's commendable. Sensei was still breathtakingly handsome, but now I needed to concentrate on the lesson. To fully come to my senses, I cleaned my glasses and put them back on. Sensei called Noble to the board to introduce himself to the class. Well, I could spend the whole lesson talking about myself, but my time's valuable, and I'm not sure the school could afford it. A ripple of laughter ran through the class. Even Sensei smiled. I'll be frank. Name is Noble. My strongest trait is sleeping with my eyes open. As for my weakness, there are too many to count, so best not to worry about them. I hope to find fellow horror fans to watch movies together and go to abandoned temples. I heard there are a lot of them on the island. And if someone's willing to share their homework for chips or a soda, we'll definitely get along. Yes, and does anyone have a phone charger? I'll owe you one. Thank you, Noble. The class clapped politely. Some were smiling genuinely, whether out of Sensei's approval or because they really enjoyed Noble's performance. My ears burned with embarrassment. How could he say all that? Noble, it seems, didn't care. With a roguish smile, he gave a theatrical bow and made his way back to his seat. The boy beside him handed over a phone charger. Gee, Zoya, I'm glad you made it in time for my lesson. I instantly forgot about Noble. I wanted to exclaim, "We'd come to your class no matter what, Sensei," or "We could have never skipped it." But I just smiled and fixed my glasses, though they hadn't even slipped this time. Our lab task is quite simple, but you should be careful not to get confused. Since you have only one lesson, it'd be enough to conduct an experiment. Guys, did nobody tell them? It'd be enough to conduct an experiment called Golden Shower. Is there nobody who is fluent in English and like English pop culture who read this line in the script and was like, maybe we should change that. Why is this man 80% torso? He is a lot of torso, isn't he? He's got a snatched waist too. He's so tall his hair cuts off from the screen. Oh my god. I'm scared to learn what a golden shower. Does anyone else know what a golden shower also means, or is it just me? 'Cause you know what? Maybe it's better if you guys don't know. Oh. A soft chuckle could be heard from behind. Patience. I need to be patient. Sensei explained how to work with the chemicals, then took his seat and started filling something out in the gradebook. Was that a typo? No, it wasn't. It's obvious. I mean, I don't know. Some people might not know what it means. We went to get the flasks. Judging by the look on Noble's face, I knew the fun was only just starting. I was planning to keep an eye on him, so that he wouldn't blow things up or set the class on fire. But when we reached the chemicals, the thought completely slipped my mind. So, what did we need? Yep, lead nitrate, potassium iodide, and acetic acid. There aren't that many elements in the reaction to mess it up, and the experiment should look beautiful. I've already seen it in the pictures. We can definitely handle. Noble, put the iodine back, please. Huh? Don't we need it? We need iodide, potassium iodide. I've already got it. What about the lead? I already have lead nitrate. And before you ask, I've got the acetic acid already. What do I carry then? Noble looked like a pouty child who had begged to help out in the garden, only to be handed a bucket and spade and told to go play in the sandbox. I giggled and pointed Noble to the flasks. You get the most important mission. You won't break them, right? Can't promise anything. I shouldn't have asked. Fortunately, we made it back safely. I immediately poured the potassium iodide into the flask and added the lead nitrate into the beaker. I need to keep in mind that it's quite toxic, so I've got to be careful with it. Zoya and Noble watched me obediently. I hope that there's like a picture that shows the actual chemical reaction, because otherwise I'm gonna need to Google this to like satisfy my own curiosity, and I'm scared that I'm not gonna get the Google images I want. So, now we add acetic acid to the lead, correct? I nodded. Noble, go boil the water. Can you handle that? Please. Do 50 milliliters, right? Wow. I thought he hadn't listened to Sensei after hearing the words golden shower. Maybe he called potassium iodide iodine for fun. Give him a reason to joke and he'll drive the whole world crazy. Good memory. Noble let out a smug chuckle and eagerly lit the alcohol burner. Then pour 175 milliliters into the beaker, the rest in the flask. As you command, princess. It was my turn to smile. Once the water had boiled, we thoroughly stirred the solutions. Only the final step remained. Adding lead nitrate to the potassium iodide. There we go, okay. In an instant, the water had turned yellow. As if enchanted, golden particles floated up from the bottom. So glad we got a picture. It felt like we were stirring golden sand or shaking a crystal ball, from which tiny snowflakes were falling. It was mesmerizing. A golden shower, indeed. Noble chuckled, clearing the leftover lead nitrate from the burner. Just as I thought, He had poured a lot more boiled water than needed, so he ended up with too much solution. He does know how to mess everything up. What is it, princess? I snapped. What's so funny? You really can't tell? Gee, just ignore him. Okay, I'm sorry for not being serious. But you've thought of the same things I did, haven't you? What were you thinking about? Noble smiled cunningly. Should I say it? How loud? Judging by his look, he meant it. No, arguing with him is pointless. Okay, never mind. Do you know that G? It all happened in a flash. I abruptly reached out for Noble. The burner, thankfully, had already gone out, so I didn't burn my hand. However, Noble jolted suddenly, spilling the last of the nitrate across the table. Zoya and Noble managed to jump back, but I wasn't fast enough. Drops splattered onto my hand. Gee. My heart thrashed in my chest. I stared in horror as my skin began to hiss. Where's the chemical flush station? Suddenly, an arm wrapped softly around my shoulders. Its warmth and tenderness nearly brought me to tears. You need to rinse your hand. Come on. Zoya, Noble, put on gloves and clean the table. As if under a spell, I followed Sensei to the sink. I let him take my hand and put it under the running water. His skin was even more delicate than I'd imagined. It's so nice. Okay. Girl, you literally burned the skin on your hand from a chemical, and all you can think about is how delicate Sensei's skin is as he's helping you wash your hand? What the fuck? I clung to that thought and slowly came to my senses. If it weren't Sensei's lesson, nothing like this would have ever happened. I let my nerves get the better of me, and I paid the price for it. I guess Noble was teasing about, like, blurting out her crush. I love skin too, especially when it's crispy and salty. I don't like it when it's human skin. If it is maybe pork skin, I like that salty and crispy. So what if Noble likes to joke around? Why react like that? I dragged him and Zoya into this as well. They could have been hurt too. Yes, I need to grow up. How else could I ever become anything like Sensei? Adults are reserved. They consider their decisions carefully and would pay little attention to someone's empty talk. I hate to break it to you, G, but like not all adults are like that. And me? What did I... My eyes stung with tears. I'm sorry, Sensei. It's all right, G. Everything's fine. What matters is that you're okay. But maybe you should stop by the nurse's office, just in case. No, just a tiny bit splashed on me, and it doesn't hurt anymore. That was the plain truth. To Sensei, I simply couldn't lie. I could downplay the scale of it, maybe. Zoya and Noble came to the sink to rinse out the rags. Gee, are you okay? It's all right. Don't worry. Zoya sighed with relief and looked at Sensei gratefully. Noble for the first time looked serious, gloomy even, as if he had just lived through a catastrophe. Sorry. Forget it. It was my fault. Here is the long-awaited truce. Now try another experiment, but this time without the quarreling. Deal? Sensei seemed to have cast a spell upon us, because this time all three of us answered in unison. Deal. The rest of the lesson passed without trouble. We wrapped up the work quickly. By the time class ended, we had drifted into our own distractions. Noble was playing Snake while Zoya folded paper into a flower. I double-checked the lab work before glancing over to admire Sensei again. He kept on reading something in our gradebook. His pen fluttered gracefully across the pages, while his keen eyes paused here and there, as though detecting something noteworthy again. I noticed Sensei always checked the gradebook several times, writing down the homework in a separate column, so students could always double-check and never forget. He was also analyzing our grades and other subjects, keeping track of our performance, ready to help us if needed. We were incredibly lucky to have Sensei as our homeroom teacher. Insanely lucky. I sighed. Why did the lesson have to end so fast? My classmates crowded around the sink to pour out their leftover solutions. Some were already hurrying to return the rinsed flasks and beakers to the chemistry lab. Sensei got up from his chair and headed towards the chaos. He caught a beaker just in time before it slipped from the sink, then gave the struggling vice rep a hand to carry a couple of empty flasks. I smiled. After such obvious attempts to grab his attention, Sensei would only see her as a helpless little child. And what does that say about you, G? Soon the crowd thinned and disappeared through the door. A sudden sound from behind immediately caught my attention. Let me help. Zoya handed me over the burner and 2 flasks. Noble put away his phone and stretched like a cat waking from a long nap. Then I'll take these beauties. The boy lifted a big beaker and 2 measuring cups containing a dangerous liquid. Just be careful, all right? Careful is my middle name. I shook my head. He never learns. We finally finished washing up and handing over all the equipment. Noble rushed to the backseat. He looked like a hamster that has finally found a way out of the cage. Zoya and I took our time. No point in hurrying when there are tons of boring lessons ahead. Besides, we still need to hand in our notebooks with lab work. While Noble was struggling with his heavy backpack, which got stuck in the aisle again, Zoya and I took our notebooks and headed over to Sensei. The classroom was empty. Only a few students who were hurriedly finishing formulas, and others who had just started to wash their equipment. As we came closer, I caught my breath. A flutter of butterflies burst inside me, and my body felt light and airy, like a cloud. Quietly, as if afraid to wake up a sleeping baby, I put away my notebook and stepped aside for Zoya. That's it. Time to leave. Leave. Yet one comforting thought lingered. I'd finally be able to give him the bouquet after school. I could barely force myself to look away from Sensei and turn around. Zoya, gee, stay for a couple of minutes. I'd like to have a word with you. My chest tightened. Could it be that Sensei had read my thoughts? Had he somehow found out that Zoya and I went to the flower shop? No one knew his true ability. It could be anything. Which was really frightening. Legs trembling, I turned back. Suddenly, I felt something warm squeeze my hand. Zoya. Thank you. Sensei flipped through a couple of pages in the gradebook, fixed the notebooks into a perfect stack, and finally looked at us. Since you missed the first lesson, I'll repeat it for you in person. In 2 weeks, elections for the class rep club will be held. Gee, if I remember correctly, at the end of last year you expressed a desire to participate. Relief rushed through me, replaced by anticipation. Right, the elections. The class rep club was the student council. From each class, a rep and a vice rep were chosen. A few times a week, the elected students gathered for meetings to discuss academic performance, career guidance, event organization, and medical checkups. I think that's another typo. I will just add it to my list of typos. Currently, we are at 5? Sounds boring, right? Or is she doing it because she wants to spend more time with Sensei? I'm assuming the reps get maybe a little mini meeting with the homeroom teacher. However, the class rep has another, more popular name among the students. I don't think it's hard to guess. The Sensei Club. Yeah, fucking knew it. The name speaks for itself. Some years ago, students wanted to be elected only because Sensei was in charge of the club. One can easily imagine the chaos which ensued because of such people. Since then, the voting system has been refined. Before, the rep and the vice rep were chosen only by the students and the homeroom teacher. Now the decision also involves other teachers and even the principal. As Sensei said, the elections begin 2 weeks after the start of the classes. This is my graduation year, so I wanted to use every opportunity to stay close to Sensei. Fortunately for me, the smart and resourceful class rep left the island for some reason at the end of last school year, which left only one rival in my class, the former vice rep. She won't give up her place easily. I'll have to put a lot of effort into winning. Yes, I really wanted to participate. Thank you again for reminding me, Sensei. Zoya, you requested extra English assignments. Here they are. Thank you very much. Wow, she really has decided to take her studies seriously. At the end of last year, when Zoya told me she wanted to enter a prestigious design university, I didn't believe her. She was never passionate about studying. She was more into paper crafts and sewing. But now I couldn't help but admire the perseverance with which she pursued her dream. Humanities had always been harder for her. I shot Zoya a glance. When I told her I wanted to run for class rep, I couldn't bring myself to ask her for help. It was mainly because Zoya was already a part of the sewing club, and the class rep club members weren't allowed to be in 2 clubs at once. Fair enough. Burnout, especially for anomalies, is quite dangerous. To win, I need to find someone to be a vice rep, even though they might not become one. Why do I have the feeling that Noble will insert himself? Zoya decided to focus on her studies, so I definitely shouldn't ask her for help. How do I find a candidate? I'll think about it later. For now, I just need to keep my spirits up. Well, I won't keep you any longer. Have a good day. Sensei's smile didn't fade, even when a loud crash echoed from the back of the classroom. Noble. Looks like your friend needs a little help. Sensei looked calmly at Noble, who was sprawled on the floor, crushed by the immense weight of his backpack. I almost burst out laughing. We'll definitely help him, Sensei. Zoya was already rushing to her brother. Her face was stern, as if she was a strict parent about to scold their naughty child for breaking an expensive vase. Ugh. Huh. So much pain.
So, young man, will it be chicken with rice or fish?
Can I get half and half? And coconut milk, please. Zoya, will you really buy all of this for him? I took the money out of his backpack. Noble, as usual, hasn't even bothered to close the zipper on the front pocket where he kept it. Happy Noble, absorbed in studying the menu, had no idea that nobody was going to apologize for the bump swelling on the back of his head. Love that. After we paid for our meals and stepped aside from the counter, Noble suddenly gasped. I thought he was about to complain about the pain again. He'd gotten the bump by hitting his head on a leg chair, by the way, but his suggestion exceeded all my expectations. Maybe we should eat somewhere else. What's wrong with the cafeteria? It's hot in here. maybe you should just take off your vest.
But it's so dear to me. I feel naked without it. But don't you want something new? To break the daily routine. To go looking for adventure.
Was he always like this? At least he's calmer now. As a kid, the only thing he didn't do was dive into a volcano.
Hey, I can hear you. Stop whispering. No, come on. It's just a suggestion. I'm not dragging you there. We won't have lunch in a volcano. I promise.
His expression suddenly changed. What is it?
Oh.
My eyes flickered over to the former vice rep, who was still glaring at us from across the cafeteria.
I see.
Noble was right about one thing. We really did need to break out of our daily routine. Zoya followed my gaze and nodded in understanding. Do you mind eating somewhere else? If you're happy to, then so am I.
That's the spirit. Where are we going?
I'm gonna quick save again. I personally am interested in the rooftop. I'm assuming this dictates who you meet next, but I'm personally interested in the rooftop. None of the schools I've gone to have had a rooftop. I don't know if it's just like mainly a Japanese thing. But I've always wanted to go to a school that had a rooftop and have lunch up there. The thought of going up to the rooftop made my heart beat quicker in anticipation. I had only been there a couple of times. Once I had been there to have lunch with Zoya, but the wind was so strong our lunchboxes were swept away. The other time, I was there to spend some time alone and listen to music. The rooftop gave me peace and tranquility. From up there, the world looked so much smaller. Even the library looked tiny, like you could hold it in your hand. Going to the school garden was instantly forgotten. Oh, but I do like nature, so maybe the garden would have been nice too. It's an introvert's hangout. My kind of place then. How about we go up to the rooftop?
We're allowed to eat there. Awesome.
Zoya shot him a glance. Clearly she didn't like something about this phrase. We can go to the yard. No. Let's go to the rooftop. I don't mind. Noble, just don't get carried away, okay?
Of course.
Almost dropping his lunchbox, Noble hurried eagerly towards the cafeteria exit. Does he like rooftops that much? Sort of. Noble does like to fly.
Is his ability like he can fly?
Was it just me, or did I feel sorrow in her voice? Zoya, do you really want... Of course. It's all right, G. Okay, then. Though Zoya smiled, my gut told me there was something hidden behind that smile. There was something wrong about Noble's love for rooftops. No, it wasn't Noble's love for rooftops that was wrong. There was something wrong about Noble himself. When he followed us up the stairs, he accidentally leaned back. I instinctively grabbed his food, and somehow Noble managed to regain his balance. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Is your backpack throwing you off? Maybe you should put some of the stuff in your locker.
Have you seen your lockers? At best, I could fit a pair of shoes in there.
Sadly, it was the truth. The lockers we had for storing books or school stuff were never meant for real baggage.
By the time I sort out what fits in and what doesn't, an eternity will have passed.
Quipped Noble as if anticipating my next question. I had no comeback for that.
Oh yeah, thanks for saving my food. Now I owe you one, princess.
I smiled bitterly.
Coconut milk, half spilled mid-flight, was grossly running down my fingers. Let's just get to the rooftop without any incidents. Lunch break will be over soon. As you command, Your Highness. Noble pushed away from the wall and took a step forward. And then he fell. No kidding. Milk. Zoya exhaled in horror, staring at her brother as he fell. I glanced at the puddle, then stretched out my hand, hoping to catch flailing Noble by his flapping vest. My fingers grasped nothing but air. Noble didn't scream. It was like he didn't even realize what was happening. The boy spread his arms serenely, as though sinking into a warm bath, then looked at us as if saying goodbye. No, 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 no! I covered my face in shock, the frame of my glasses cut into the bridge of my nose, but I hardly noticed. Noble! And then something within me clicked, like a switch being flipped. For a moment, my body refused to obey me. I couldn't move. It felt like the world had frozen, with only my conscience still moving. The strange feeling vanished after a few seconds. I dropped my hands. I felt a burning sensation around the bridge of my nose, but I instantly forgot about the pain. Before my eyes was a strange scene. I felt like I was in a movie. Noble's backpack clattered down the stairs. With each dull thud, I saw it in slow motion as a sturdy, broad-shouldered boy caught him. A mess of golden hair flew up. A pair of strong arms gripped Noble under his arms, spinning him around in a pirouette-like motion. Noble stared, astonished at his savior. Flat souls, huh? And coconut milk. Unfazed, Noble responded as though he'd been expecting it for ages. The boy kept staring at Noble as if spellbound, completely ignoring the joke. What was so captivating? But more importantly, how did he manage to save Noble? Something had definitely happened, because at the speed that daredevil was falling, catching him should have been impossible. It felt as though time itself had frozen. Maybe that's his ability, freezing time. This boy over here. Golden hair, steady calm eyes, and the ability to freeze time. Oh my god. We just met our school's prince. It's young Onizuka. He does kind of look like him, doesn't he? Rumor had it, he was a dutiful, responsible student at the top of his class, and above all, a hero always ready to help. Well, considering how he'd saved Noble, the last part was not a rumor anymore. Shh. I struggled to pronounce his strange name, which sounded like a hissing snake. After releasing Noble, he looked at me. Is that literally his name? Shh. I get it that I think the local language on this island is supposed to sound like hissing, but like this is like very funny. Do we know each other? In a way. Everyone's familiar with you. Fair enough. Is your name Shh? Noble turned towards his savior, his eyes scanning him top to bottom. Anything wrong? Why such a name? I froze. How could he ask such things so easily? It's a long story. In short, it's rooted in ancient traditions. Noble's free-spirited behavior seemed to amuse him. Wow, so you are a native here. So, you must be new here. Of course, or else you would have known me by now. Oh, really? Why so? Do you want me to tell you about all my talents, or keep a few hidden? Does he just flirt with everybody? They're all parcel tongues? That's what I was thinking when they said it sounded like hissing. Everyone needs a little mystery. Don't give it all away. You're right. In that case. Zoya and I waited in silence at the rooftop entrance, waiting patiently for the two to finally part ways. When Noble started rambling about the cold winds on our island and asking about exotic drinks, I couldn't stand it anymore. Forgive the interruption, but Noble, the lunch break is almost over. Noble looked at his food as if seeing it for the first time. Right. You want to tag along? Of course, I wouldn't have minded getting to know the prince better. He'd been elected a class rep last year, and the school buzzed with news about how well handled his duties and what a natural leader he was. It feels so weird calling someone Shh. If we became friends, maybe would share a few secrets about how to earn respect from classmates and teachers. And that would be wonderful. However, the fact that Noble never asked our opinion was hurtful. Zoya looked at her brother with an unreadable expression, as if nothing he did could surprise her. All I could do was glare at him with discontent. Oh, I didn't notice, but the ads have started, so I will pause here. I gotta go pee, so I will be back.
Alright, I am back. Alright, where were we? Oh! Sorry, hold on. Happy made her way back. Oh! I should have done a regular save. Oh well, I can always skip the text when I try to replay this thing again. Let me just close the door. Alright. All I could do was glare at him with discontent. Unlike Noble, she paid us attention. Our eyes met. He gave a nod as if to say he'd handle it. Oh no, he probably took my frustration personally. Before I could say a word, she patted Noble on the shoulder.
Next time, for sure. Right now, I'm busy. Matters of national importance. Absolutely. Nice meeting you all, Noble, Zoya, and G.
Seems I missed the moment when Noble let slip our names. He really can't keep his mouth shut. Nice to meet you. Good luck.
See ya.
Saluted in a farewell and disappeared down the hallway.
What sort of matters could he be dealing with anyway?
Let's start with you grabbing your meal first, okay? And don't forget your backpack.
Okay.
My hunch was right. As soon as we sat down and opened lunch boxes, Noble turned to me. He didn't say a word, but his eyes said it all. Wow, that looks good. She's got... I'm assuming that's chicken. She's got a salad. There's a lemon wedge in there. I think that might be that's either mushrooms or corn. Corn makes more sense. And then we've got some fruit. It looks good though. Not today. I averted my eyes to Zoya and stubbornly kept eating. I heard a deliberate, businesslike cough. Noble, chew first, then talk. I grabbed my belly and almost dropped the lunchbox. Noble frowned. Luckily, him having such a large bite in his mouth, we had a few minutes apiece.
So, what do you know about
I knew it. Why are you so curious? I usually don't go head on and just ignore annoying questions, but Noble looked way too funny.
Come on, he can stop time and lives on the island. Does he explore temples? Give people tours? How often does he use his ability?
The questions kept coming one after another. Zoya and I endured them stoically, calmly eating our lunch. Finally, he shut up. Are you done?
Yes, for now. Gee.
Oh, no, that's Zoya. Gee, answer for me, will you? Sure. So,
Yeah?
it was the first time we saw So, aside from calling him a one-man band, we can say no more.
Well, that makes it even more interesting. I'll ask him myself.
What are you? Zoya shook her head, and I fell silent. 5 more minutes left till the lesson. I quickly shoved my food down, as if it would vanish in a few seconds. As a result, I suffered through the next few lessons with a grumbling stomach and mild cramps. Oh, thank you for the head bat.
Fortunately, Noble also paid for his restlessness. During the rest of the school day, Noble managed to chat with half the class, borrow Zoya's phone to play Snake, and even learn about the school swimming club. He didn't waste his time, that's for sure. I was doing my best to pay attention in class. If I want to become a class rep, I need to start improving my grades now. The problem was my concentration didn't last long. Within 5 minutes, I'd be doodling in my notebook or gazing aimlessly outside. Zoya, on the other hand, listened carefully to the teachers, as if she'd built a barrier blocking out all background noises. When the bell finally rang, Zoya handed me her notebook. Don't forget to copy down the homework, future class rep. Right, I keep forgetting mine. Thanks a lot, Zoya. You're heading to sewing club now, right? Zoya nodded hesitantly. Want me to come with you? No need. I've got this. I'll tell you everything in the evening. Don't worry. Promise? Everything. Of course. Zoya calmed down only once we'd pinky promised. When we left the classroom, Noble had already vanished. Surprisingly, I didn't hear his noisy backpack. Okay, focus. I need to fetch the chrysanthemums from the library and find Sensei. Okay, where could he be? Should I wait for him at the school entrance? Or try my luck in the teacher's room? Or maybe Sensei's still packing up in the chemistry room? I'm so sorry. Principal? I stepped back immediately, not even daring to push my glasses back up. Principal Ravi. Okay, it's a woman. A stately and graceful woman corrected me. Bumping into her messed up my hair, knocked my glasses out of place, and took my breath away. The principal, on the other hand, looked as if only a breeze had brushed past her. I apologize, Principal Ravi. It's nothing, G. Just be more careful next time. Sure. The principal inspired awe and admiration in everyone she met. No wonder she was the one who started the Anomalies research project. Everything about her exuded power and grace. The steady, clear gaze, the gentle, inviting smile, the lifted chin, and most of all, the beautiful, delicate fingers holding her square glasses. When I first came to school and I didn't see a single teacher or student wearing glasses, I started to panic. What if they mocked me? You know what, though? That's such a valid teenage fear, though. I don't know if anyone else wearing glasses can relate, but I remember at the very beginning when I learned that I needed to wear glasses, I would refuse to wear them because I don't think there were many other people that I knew that wore glasses, so it just like made me feel weird, like I was the odd one out. And so, of course, child me thought it was super embarrassing. And so I would just never wear them. And I would always struggle because then I couldn't see what was on the board. And so I would either squint or I would have to try to sit closer. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I feel like most people have that initial phase when they learn they need to wear glasses. I think this is mainly for people who are nearsighted because you have to wear them pretty much all the time if you're nearsighted. Farsighted people, I think you can like get away with it a little bit more with like not wearing glasses all the time. But if you're nearsighted, you have to, especially once your prescription gets really bad. So yeah, as a kid, it was just like so embarrassing because I was like, I don't know what it is. I don't know how to explain that. Like, there's just something so embarrassing about learning you need to wear glasses, and like if you have to wear them all the time, there's just something so embarrassing as a child having to wear them, and just, you know, I don't know. It's difficult to explain. But yeah, eventually I just kept wearing them because, you know, otherwise I literally could not see. But yeah, I feel like that's a very common
fear that people initially have with glasses, especially if you start wearing them as a child. Like, she couldn't even afford contacts, or she just wants to look smart, but she's actually stupid. Principal Ravi dispelled all my fears, and I was grateful for that. I don't know. Mocking someone for wearing glasses just because they couldn't afford contacts or don't want to wear contacts is very... I'm trying to find the right word. It's very petty. There are many reasons why people don't wear contacts. For me, it's because I don't like touching my eyeballs, so that's why I don't wear them. I also don't want to go through the hassle of maintaining contacts. I know you could get like daily contacts that you just change every day. Or you could get the ones where it's like good for a month, but like you always have to rinse them with like solution before you put them in and before you store them. And it's just, for me, it's not worth the effort. Pretty much 100% guaranteed to be called Four Eyes on the first day. I guess it depends on where you go. For me, it was more an internal fear. I don't think anybody really made fun of me for wearing glasses, but it was just something that I was internally afraid of. A nearsighted person has trouble seeing far away. Yeah. Nearsighted means you can only see things up close. But what a clumsy meeting that was. From now on, I'll be 1,000 times more careful. As I berated myself, the principal lifted a hand towards her nose as if to adjust her glasses, then seemed to remember she wasn't wearing them, instead dropping her hand to touch the glasses chain resting against her chest instead. How are you finding the start of the year? Great, Principal Ravi. I heard you were quite ill this summer. Is everything okay? Yes, I'm fine. It was just tonsillitis and fatigue. Isn't that the thing where like your tonsils swell and they have to remove it? That's good. It seems you're in a hurry. I won't keep you any longer. Her voice was stern yet caring. Once again, I was admiring how amazing she was. I hope one day I can be at least a little bit like her. It's unlikely I'll ever inspire such awe, but maybe I still have a chance to become a person others value and respect. Thank you, Principal Ravi. It was a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, G. Have a good school year. Try not to make any mistakes. After the principal disappeared around the corner, I lingered, looking after her, replaying those precious moments of our conversation, trivial though they were. And then she immediately rushed to do whatever came first in her mind. I'm gonna properly save. I go to Sensei's house, like straight up show up at his home. I don't know, man. There's so many different options. I'm gonna try the chemistry class because I'm scared about running into other people. First, I need to check the chemistry class. The lesson ended not long ago, so there's a good chance of meeting Sensei there. I raced up to the second floor. I was running so fast I nearly slammed into the door. Whoops. Sometimes the side effects of high speed running can be inconvenient. I slowed down only once I'd reached the door I wanted. My breath started to steady. After making sure my voice was firm, my hair smooth, and my glasses straight, I pulled the handle. The door was unlocked. A good sign. Sensei? I carefully stepped inside, like a predator stalking its prey. One thing I noticed in the writing for this visual novel is that they really like to use metaphors. They like to use metaphors a lot. So there's a lot of like. And I haven't decided yet whether it's something that like bothers me. Empty. After checking the storage room with the chemicals and equipment, I went over to the desk to confirm my hunch. A grade book lay on the desk, which obviously belonged in the teacher's room. Sensei would be back soon. Should I wait? What if he's forgotten about it and is now heading home from the teacher's room? But has Sensei ever forgotten anything? Questions piled up in my mind, and I grew more and more uncertain about what to do. Enough. If I stay this indecisive, I'll never be on Sensei's level. Come on, G. Focus. Everything will be fine. I took my favorite front desk, the one closest to the teacher, and carefully began unwrapping the chrysanthemums. The flowers had wilted a little, but they still looked wonderful. Just looking at them calmed me down and immersed me deep in thought. If Sensei walked in now, I'd stand up right away, acting cool, like I hadn't been waiting all this time.
Did you forget something, G?
He would say. His smooth, deep voice would make my heart skip a beat, but I'd hide it, pretending I wasn't staring at Sensei in awe. Yes, Sensei. I wanted to tell you something.
I'm listening.
Sensei would smile gently and step closer. He'd probably think I just wanted to ask for a couple more chem textbooks again. But how wrong he'd be. Could you come a little closer? Of course, Sensei would comply. He always cared for his dear students, listening to and indulging their requests. We'd be almost face to face. Sensei would lean towards the bouquet as if noticing it for the first time. I'd push it nearer, and myself along with it.
Can I help you?
Yes, Sensei. I'd rise slightly from my desk, leaning towards him, absorbed in the bouquet. Sensei would only then realize how close I was.
Gee, what are you?
I love you, Sensei. I love you a lot. Damn, did I say that out loud? Really?
That was quite the performance.
Bro, I'd just end myself right there. A pair of deep, searching eyes fixed their gaze upon me. It felt as if a single glance could drown me. So fierce and unbridled was the rage and strength within them. A chill ran through me. Why him? Why? Raj, My mind was a blur, my voice gone. I had no idea how to begin this conversation. How do I ask him not to tell anyone? How much had he heard? As if sensing he had me cornered, Raj smirked.
I'll go drop this grade book off at the teacher's room.
Oh, should I call your beloved Sensei? The nickname was like a trigger. I grabbed the bouquet and hurled it at Raj. What the... Jeez, sorry. I wanted to apologize, to put an end to the conflict, but all I could do was bury my face in my hands helplessly. I'm so pathetic. Useless. Good-for-nothing idiot.
Hey.
Hold on. If you want to toss them back at me, let me at least remove my glasses. I don't want to smash the lenses. However, Raj didn't throw anything back. Instead, he carefully placed the flowers back down on the table.
Come on, look at me.
The phrase stirred something long forgotten within me. Raj, my childhood best friend! Okay! Why did we drift apart? The very reason I chose to come to Libertas Island. My ex-friend. I couldn't take my eyes off him. We'd only seen each other a few times here, and I still wasn't used to how much he'd changed. Even his name had faded into oblivion. Come on, look at me. A little boy who kept sniffling peeked out from under his arm. Although his face was tear-stained and smeared with dirt, it glowed with happiness. Raji always looked at me as if I was a precious treasure, to be cherished and kept safe.
Sorry for yelling. Does it hurt?
I pointed at the missing tooth. Raji shook his head and curiously poked his tongue through the gap.
A little bit. Only a tiny bit, I swear. Don't worry, G. It was a baby tooth. It'll grow back.
I shook my head. Stupid bullies. Next time they come, they won't get away with only bruises.
You knew you couldn't really protect me.
Raji frowned at me. That is another typo. Like I'd stated the most obvious thing in the world.
So what? They said they'd bury you in the forest. I don't want to lose you, G.
Raji shivered and clung tightly to me. As I held him close, I felt a pleasant warmth spread through my body. It was as if the sun had chosen my heart as its resting place.
I don't want that either. Oh, I've got an idea. Let's promise never to leave each other.
I held up my pinky to Raj. His eyes widened.
Promise? Yes, I promise. If you break it, the devil will come and eat your heart.
Raji immediately hooked his pinky with mine. Probably so fear wouldn't make him refuse.
I'll always protect you. I promise. I'll never leave you. I promise.
A month later, Raj left without saying goodbye. I still don't understand why he began to hate me so much. Why did he act so cold, pretend we were complete strangers, only to snap at me and tell me to stay away? What did I do to deserve his hatred? Hello? Hello? Raj spent so much time dodging me that his sudden attention left me confused. He defied everything I expected. He didn't curse or lash out. He didn't even make fun of me. He looked at me for a long time, as if trying to memorize my face, and then let out a short scoff. I saw Sensei leave through the gate. Hurry, and you might catch him. Lucky for you, the bouquet is still intact. With that, Raj stepped back and turned to leave. Wait! Without thinking, I grabbed his overalls. What am I even doing? Raj flinched, gave me a startled look. What do you need? Is his name Raj or Raji? It is confusing me because they keep shifting between the two. It seems like his name is Raj, so are the other times just typos? G's childhood friend and the principal's grandson. He has ignored any of G's attempts to rekindle their friendship. Once a cute and kind boy, he has become a malicious bully who hates those around him. As a child, he used to love stuffed toys. He also frequently skips lessons, but he quickly catches up. I'm just gonna read the rest of our notes. The former vice rep. Arrogant and meticulous, she dreams of becoming a new class rep. She's also in love with Sensei. Her real name is Talissa, but G stubbornly calls her by her former title. Sensei, a chemistry teacher and G's homeroom teacher. He's perfect in every way. Gentle, handsome, attentive, responsible, and always ready to help. He comes from Japan, so his nickname Sensei quickly stuck. He is not married, and nothing is known about his relatives. Then we have Lydia, the former rep from G's class, a responsible girl who you could rely on. She left the island at the end of the year. She was close to the former vice rep, but the latter won't say anything about why she left. Then shh. The second most popular person after Sensei, and the only islander who lives in the town. The school's prince. He's responsible, smart, and his grades are perfect. Sometimes he tutors, helping other students understand complicated topics. He's also a linguist and enjoys shooting. His ability is to freeze time. Principal Revi? Oh, Principal Revier then? Raji pet is a pet name, you think? Maybe. I don't know, but I hate perfect characters. Which one? Sensei or Okay, Principal Revier. The former of the Anomaly Research Project, the town, and the research center. She is also Raj's grandmother. An imposing and powerful woman, no one dares stand in her way. She has square glasses, though she rarely wears them. No one knows her ability. I guess you mean this guy who seems to be perfect. Oh, okay, we also have two. The pocket of Noble's backpack. A mysterious pocket in the front of Noble's backpack. What lies inside remains a mystery. Can you imagine if his ability was the backpack? Class Rep Club. The Student Council. It is secretly named the Sensei Club because he's in the charge of the club. Each class selects a representative and a vice representative. The elections will be held in 2 weeks. The participant is required to apply for it and give a speech. Okay, we're gonna continue this. What do you need? I kept thinking I should beg him to keep it secret. Tried to appease to him. To apologize for the 1000th time. You know what? If he's the principal's grandson, I can change his voice to something. Instead, I finally asked the question that had been haunting me. Why do you hate me so much? Raj froze. I, on the other hand, regained my composure and took a step closer, cornering him. Capitan! So early! You left without saying goodbye, and when I came here, you acted like you wanted nothing to do with me. Intimidated, Raj clung tightly to the bouquet of chrysanthemums, like a drowning sailor clinging to driftwood, but his face gave nothing away. See, another metaphor. I'm starting to not like them because of how often they keep popping up. Like, I'm fine with them, but like, how frequently they pop up is just a little jarring to me. Like, as you said, there are better ways to write metaphors. I feel like there are better ways to, like, describe what is going on than constantly inserting these metaphors. I know people change and childhood promises are nothing, but will you at least say why? I don't want us to be enemies. I don't want you looking at me like that. I lowered my head, unable to meet his eyes. My glasses slipped down my nose, threatening to fall to the ground, but I couldn't bring myself to adjust them. They felt like a dead weight. I don't want to hurt you. His words were so ridiculous that I raised my head sharply in anger. You already... There was an immense look of grief in Raj's eyes, as if he'd just witnessed the death of a loved one. His eyes changed color! I'm not fucking crazy, right? His eyes were a different color before. Weren't they? I don't know. Maybe I'm just being crazy. I swear to God his eyes were a different color. But that wasn't what shocked me. The flowers wilted. The bouquet between us had withered in an instant. Is his ability to drain the life force of objects? And that's why he keeps pushing everyone around him away? Oh my God, so I'm not crazy. In the blink of an eye, the chrysanthemum shriveled up, crying out in silence like maidens set aflame, before collapsing lifelessly. Raj? Don't come any closer. Raj shoved the bouquet into my hands and ran out, slamming the door so hard it felt like the whole building might collapse. Luckily it didn't, but the image of Raj as the heartless, cruel thug he had always feared he would become was completely shattered. Hedgehog dilemma? Yes, very much. All the way back to the dorms, he was the only thing on my mind. It wasn't until I reached my room that I noticed I was still clutching the withered bouquet. Sensei. Exhaustion and disappointment hit me so hard that I curled up and slept until Zoya woke me. Are you okay? Yup. Not getting changed. Alright, just a second. To keep Zoya from worrying even more, I forced myself out of bed, walked over to the closet, pulling off my t-shirt on the way. As I changed, Zoya chatted about her new dress, how hard it was to sew on ruffles, and how many times her clubmate had redone a patch. I felt somewhat better after hearing her story, but the ache in my chest refused to go away. Will you tell me what's bothering you? Raj. Unable to speak, I flopped onto the bed, fighting the urge to cry. The bed springs creaked as Zoya sat down beside me. Don't force yourself. Tell me when you're ready. Sorry. It's okay. For some time, we stayed silent. Zoya gently stroked my head, and I soon calmed down. Finally, I decided to open up about the pain, at least that which I'd been able to process. The bouquet never reached Sensei in the end. It's okay. We can buy another one. Yes, I still have a chance. I'll still have a chance. There will definitely be another chance. For instance, when I become class rep and thank him for all his hard work. Little by little, thinking about Sensei drew me away from the heavy and sad thoughts of Raj. To get it off my chest, I retold the encounter to Zoya, leaving out the part about his abilities. It felt like someone had revealed to me a secret too personal to be entrusted to anyone else. Anyway, I had to try to forget it. If Raj didn't want people close, he must have his reasons. By now, I had no doubts left. Good night. Sweet dreams. As Zoya disappeared down the hallway, I sensed the air leaving with her, making it harder to breathe. Okay. Relax. Think of something nice, and it'll be fine. Yes. With time, it will all pass. Thinking about Sensei helped me finally drift off to sleep. Despite Zoya wishing me sweet dreams, my dreams are anything but. Also, I just realized she has a Sensei plushie on her bed. Like, that has to be custom made, and my headcanon is that Zoya sewed that for her. I'm trying to see if I can recognize anything else in her room, like maybe this movie poster, but I don't really recognize anything else. Despite Zoya wishing me sweet dreams, my dreams were anything but. The scent of wet grass and flowers tickled my nose. I opened my eyes. Oh, so sorry. I changed the screen, so... I found myself standing before a wide meadow covered in flowers. Endless rows of chrysanthemums, carnations, and poppies stretched as far as the eye could see, gently kissed by the soft warmth of the rising sun. A pleasant morning dew chilled my bare feet. Dragonflies with glimmering wings drifted through the meadow, already awake and going about their business. The air, only now starting to warm up, was filled with moisture, the scent of flowers, and joyful anticipation. What a wonderful dream! I spread my arms wide and ran through the grass, like how I once did when I was a child. My fingertips brushed over the petals, while the flower's rough stems tickled my heels. It's so beautiful here. I kept running and running, yet the field was never ending, forever the same. The same flowers, the same grass. The sun rose higher and higher, breathing life into the frozen scene. As the light grew brighter, the darkness faded away. The sun's beams slowly replaced the shadows. The petals of the flowers deepened in color. I ran over to a pile of gray stones that seemed out of place in this picture. If I recall correctly, these stone stacks are for dreams. Like wishes. What's that? From afar, I thought they'd simply been tossed into a heap. as if an irritated tourist had swept them off the road into a pile to clear the way. Or perhaps the shamans had held a funeral for the dead, and someone had destroyed their graves. But the stones arranged into pyramids stood intact and indestructible. There were small rocks interspersed with bigger ones. It was amazing how the structure could maintain its balance. There were 2 pyramids, even if no witchcraft had been performed here. Some kind of ritual surely had taken place. Maybe it was a private ceremony. Is there someone else here? I looked around. I realized the fields of flowers wasn't flat at all, but rather it gently sloped downhill. The flowers fell into a funnel, spilling over to the other side. I could hear laughter over there too. It was soft and bright, like the chime of bells. Carefully, I ventured down the hill. Flowers spread across it like jewels woven into a braid. The sea of flowers spread over the many hills nearby, stretching up until a long, winding river. 2 people were sat down by the riverside. There was a skinny girl splashing her feet in the water, and a tall, broad young man holding her by the shoulders.
Take that. Serves you right. That's what you get for tickling me.
Oh no, someone save me from this scary girl.
I was so wrapped up in watching them mess around, I hadn't even realized that I'd come closer and sat down nearby. Flower stems coiled around my legs, while the grass blades tickled my belly. It felt rude to watch. Even though it was my dream, they seemed so real. I'll linger a little while, then leave. Could there be something else here other than this never-ending field? He tickled her again. The girl fell laughing onto the flower buds. The boy turned, smiling at her. Hi, hello. Is it pronounced Naruru? Did I say that right? But welcome in. How are you doing today? My heart skipped a beat. A finely chiseled, honest face. A familiar, gentle smile. Those soft, kind eyes that could only belong to one person in the universe. It can't be.
Sensei?
Sensei? He paid me no attention, continuing to tickle the girl. Her tangled, fair hair had chrysanthemum leaves sticking out of it. Strands of it fell over her eyes, clearly irritating her, yet he didn't bother to brush them away. In a daze, I examined him, recognizing more and more familiar features. And yet, no. This wasn't Sensei. He resembled my favorite teacher, but it wasn't him. I only felt truly relieved once I noticed there was no mole at the corner of his left eye. My heartbeat slowed, and my chest brimmed with an overwhelming joy. After all, I'd seen someone resembling my beloved Sensei. While I regained my composure, the boy started hugging the girl again. She kept kicking her legs, but without the same enthusiasm. Tired? Now she wasn't watching the river, but the sky. Occasionally, he followed her gaze before removing the petals from her hair. From time to time, he looked over in my direction. At first, I thought he had noticed me, but his gaze suggested he was looking straight through me. It felt a little creepy, as if I was just a mirage, nothing more than a part of their dream. Even so, it's nice to be invisible sometimes. Oh, okay, they're siblings. I'm good. This is so relaxing. Yes, this game so far has been very nice. I'm waiting for I don't know if we'll get into a big plot twist just yet. There's supposed to be, I think, some mystery we're supposed to solve in this game. I don't know if the demo will get to it, but we'll see. Just Naru or Naruru? Okay, I'm gonna go with Naru since that's easier. Brother. What is it? The girl pointed at a big fluffy cloud. I keep searching for the fairies, but I can't see them. Didn't you say they never leave the sky? With puffed cheeks and hands on her hips, she pouted. The boy smiled, and my heart started racing again. That's right. The fairies are still there. We can only see them at night. They live on the stars, remember?
Then why can't we see the stars? The girl looked at the boy. He gently stroked her head. The sun is too bright, so our eyes can't see anything, but at night we can always find the fairies and even talk to them. Oh, but to talk to them, we have to wait so long. And why can't we just be born fairies? Why does it take so much effort to turn into one? I want to be a fairy, to fly high in the sky, always smiling, living in the most wonderful world. The boy's face grew serious, like a parent watching their child cross the street at a red light. Remember what I said. Turning into a fairy is dangerous, and being one is even more dangerous. You have to sacrifice a lot for this. The girl rummaged in her pockets, pulling out a few candies, a button, and a thimble. I'm ready. Take me with you. The boy laughed. Sadly, I'm talking about things we can't touch, like time or love. Like when you're going to leave us behind to go there. Well, I'm not exactly leaving you. I don't want to become some powerful fairy. I just want to reach that world and test myself. I'll be visiting you, sweetheart. Wait, I'm confused. Are they dating or are they siblings? What is this? She called him brother. But the way they're interacting feels a little more than siblings. Promise? Of course. And if you lie and don't visit? Then I'll accept your harshest punishment. The girl laughed and lunged to tickle her brother. He gave a faint smile but let her do whatever she liked. Though a sorrowful, thoughtful look lingered in his eyes. Dusting off my skirt, I turned away. Enough eavesdropping on other people's business. I'd better take another look at those strange stone structures. Maybe I'll notice something curious. I guess they are siblings. To be fair, I've never had a brother, so I don't know what that sort of relationship looks like. As I made my way uphill, I glanced back a couple of times. The two carried on laughing and chattering, carefree as ever. It was eerie, as if they were forever frozen in that moment, doomed to live there for eternity. It's okay. It's just a dream. I wonder if I'll remember anything when I wake up. Usually I forget everything. Maybe because I never get to finish my dreams. An alarm, a message from Zoya. Something always interrupts them. Only fragments of my dreams stay with me. But they always slip away by evening, dissolving into a blurry mess of vague memories. My girl G sounds like she needs to start keeping a dream journal. I finally reached the pyramids again and studied the strange structure. I had a faint memory of them. Maybe I saw them in some documentary, maybe about Stonehenge or some African tribes. Hey! An unexpected shout came from behind me. My heart skipped a beat again, not from joy, but from unease. Who's that? And why can't he see me? I slowly turned around. Before me stood an unfamiliar young man, whose looks didn't match the beautiful scenery at all. Messy hair, a tired, sleepy gaze, and glasses. Well, would you look at that? I squinted, staring at the big, stylish square lenses. I still don't get her obsession with glasses, but okay. But the thing is, she is in her last year of high school, and assuming this follows the Western system of school, shouldn't she be, like, around 18? Like, probably 16 at a minimum, but, like, she's probably around 18. Maybe he wears them just for looks. She's such a hypocrite because she talked about how when she came to this school or she came to this island and she didn't see anybody else wearing glasses, she was so insecure about people thinking about what people thought of her glasses. Like,
And one of the things she brought up was like, people might think she's only wearing her glasses as a cosmetic item. And now here she is doing the same thing to this guy. I don't know why this is like upsetting me so much. I need to focus. Should I start a conversation? Though he was the one who called out, he seemed confused, just watching me, studying me closely. It was unsettling. It felt like I was some kind of lab animal. I should make it clear who's in charge of this dream. Not the friendliest way to begin, is it? My name's G. And yours? Can you see me? Why is he so shocked? First he calls out to me, and now he stares at me as if I'm a ghost. As you can see, I should stop hanging out with Noble, or my jokes will get even worse. The stranger seemed to ignore my words, instead walking closer. I found myself backing up, caught off guard by his scrutinizing look. A light breeze whipped a few petals into the air. I shivered and hugged my shoulders. Her power is to see things? No, G's power is that she can run really fast. That is supposedly her power. I don't know if people can develop multiple powers or just the one, or maybe their powers can change. But as far as we know, her only power is to be able to run really fast. So I'm not quite sure what the explanation is behind this dream, because I believe that this guy is a real person and somehow they're having this shared dream. So we'll see. I don't know if it'll be explained in the demo. Something's wrong? Are you aware this is a dream? What a strange question. My heart pounded heavily as fear seeped up from the depths of my subconscious. I'm definitely dreaming, otherwise you wouldn't be asking such strange questions. Huh. You're right. People don't usually ask that, not even in a dream. My name is Lucas. Nice to meet you. Lucas offered his hand and I found myself shaking it. You have an interesting name. My parents spent a long time deciding. In Greek, it means light. What's your name? He looked at me intently, as if genuinely interested. Guess I'll have to disappoint him. I guess my parents didn't overthink it too much when they chose my name. Maybe they never told you why they picked it. Are you the first child? He seems rather lacking in tact. I ignored the question, which didn't seem to bother Lucas at all. When it's a long-awaited child, especially a firstborn, parents research everything and choose a meaningful name. He examined me with a sharp, icy stare as if I was a test subject. I'm sure they just didn't tell you. I never said I was a first child. No, but I think you are, though. What? How do you know? Lucas huffed in triumph. Your reaction gave it away. Bluffing is the easiest way to check. Well played. I can't deny it. Sorry if I crossed the line. I was just curious. Maybe I should try sneaking off. No, I feel like something won't let me leave. Meanings carry real weight, especially in dreams, like hidden symbols. I could no longer tell if he was speaking more to me or to himself. What a mysterious guy. He sees me. He understands that we're in a dream. Furthermore, he understands that we're in my dream. Maybe that's what's keeping me from running away. It's time to ask my own questions. This
is just me speaking with my imagination, right? You don't exist in reality. Judging by his look, my question hadn't bothered him at all. If anything, Lucas's eyes grew more interested in me. And what is reality, G? How does he come up with such strange and unpredictable questions? Nope. No giving in. I'll come up with a clever reply this time. Reality is what we can see. Then dreams are a kind of reality, too. Just admit you're trying to dodge giving me a straight answer. Lucas huffed in triumph. You got me. So, I'll respond regardless. I'm not a figment of your imagination. I actually exist. I can also enter others' dreams. So, that's your ability. Then why aren't your eyes glowing gold? Oh, I guess people's eyes glow gold when they use their ability? So that's why Raj's eyes changed color. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Ads are running on Twitch, so I'm going to take this moment to look at our notes. I think, okay, we do have some gallery stuff. Okay. We have not met Olin yet. We've got some of Raj's stuff. Him being a little baby crying. Oh, he's so cute. Their little pinky promise. And this. Oh. Okay, Noble, we've just got the one meeting him. Is when he caught Noble. So yeah, his eyes changed color. Okay, yeah, he was using his powers. Okay, interesting. I don't know why I didn't notice that before. Fucking sensei. I don't know. It's... I'm not that attracted when I look at him. I can, like, understand how he is conventionally attractive and all the girls are in love with him, but, like, I look at him and, like, I don't really feel anything. Maybe he's too twinky for me. I don't know. There's Zoya. She's so cute. Like, legitimately, I would rather date Zoya than Sensei. And then other. We're missing one. I'm assuming this is in, like, the order you discover them. So there was, like, an earlier Raj one that we missed, I guess. And there's, like, a later Noble one that we haven't seen yet. And there was, like, an earlier other that we haven't gotten. So this was the lunch. I don't know if the numbers mean... Because this one says 2 out of 5, but I only have the 2, so, like... That means there's, like, 3 other variations of this one image. Anyways, what were the notes saying? I meant to look at the notes and I got sidetracked by the gallery. Okay, we've got an updated Raj. Ability, destruction, question mark. I think it has, rather than destruction, I think it has something with, like, draining the life force of, like, animate objects. Then we have Lucas, the mysterious boy who appeared in G's dream. He wears quirky clothes and has square glasses. He speaks in a flowery manner. His ability is to appear in others' dreams. Okay, so that explains why Lucas is there, but it doesn't really explain why we're dreaming about this flower field. Okay, and then we have the strange stones. Some mysterious pyramids G stumbled across in one of her dreams. Their peculiar shapes suggest someone built them on purpose. For some reason, G can't get them out of her head. And then the boy and the girl. The strange duo from G's dream and the flower field. The boy closely resembles Sensei, although it's not actually him. G remembers them both vividly. Maybe they were a manifestation of G's desperate desire to win over Sensei's heart. I don't know about that. I feel like it's something else. So, that's your ability? Then why aren't your eyes glowing gold? Lucas hesitated before answering, as if gathering his thoughts.
Finally, I had gotten him somewhat flustered. Great, I'm celebrating beating a strange guy from my dream.
We're in a dream. Things work a bit differently here. By the way, this is my real appearance. Is that yours?
It seemed he was once more avoiding a clear answer. Fine, I wouldn't press this time. Yes, this is how I look in real life. Weird, right? In dreams, you usually change into an animal or a different person. I guess this dream is different from the others. If nothing else, because I met you. Lucas gave a faint smile, but his eyes reflected an icy calm.
As a thank you for your answers, I'll show you something interesting.
Lucas pulled a small dreamcatcher-shaped amulet from his pocket. Its feathers clinked against each other with a metallic chime.
Do you want to take a closer look?
Before I could answer, Lucas handed me the amulet. I carefully took it into my hands. A chill from the metal stung my fingertips, yet there was nothing suspicious about it. No eerie lights, nothing magic at all. A bit disappointing, actually, but even so, the amulet was very beautiful.
Were you expecting it to shine?
You can't read thoughts, can you?
It's just that your face is very expressive.
Man, I can't escape it, even in a dream.
Don't worry. In fact, it's kind of cute.
Thanks? I wonder if he often says things like this to other girls. Do you say this to all the other girls who dreams you enter? Even enough getting distracted by him, I found something more interesting. I looked at the dream catcher again. Instead of a hole in the middle, it had 6 identical recesses. Interesting. Around the grooves were ornate runes, almost like those of the islanders, but not quite the same. What's written here?
To be honest, I don't really know myself. I bought this amulet in some antique shop and found out it travels into dreams with me.
So you're telling me this amulet actually exists in the real world?
Yes. Amazing, right?
Very amazing and very unbelievable.
If you don't believe me, I can lend it to you. See for yourself.
Really? But that means you won't have it anymore.
It's fine. I might find another one someday. Maybe that shop still has something similar. At least you'll have a memory of this interesting dream.
I looked at the dream catcher again. There's nothing to lose if I keep it, yet Lucas is far too mysterious, clearly hiding a lot. What should I do? Fuck it, why not? Anyway, I'm in my own dream. Even if this guy is deceiving me, he'll vanish as soon as my alarm rings. Fine, I'll test your theory.
If we ever meet again, you'll owe me one wish.
Apparently something about my expression amused him, because Lucas began to laugh.
Kidding. What is that?
Lucas seemed to lose interest in me and walked towards the stone pyramid standing nearby. I followed without thinking.
Do you know why they make these?
I'm telling you guys, it's something to do with wishes. You like stack a pile of them and like make a wish or something like that. I have no idea.
Usually tourists put them up to mark that they've been here. These, though, were built so someone could make a wish. See the little stones around them?
I was right. Lucas pointed to the base of the pyramids. I looked closer and only then noticed that both structures were surrounded by circles of tiny stones. Whoa.
The tighter the circle, the higher the chance the wish will come true. It's your dream, so you ought to know this ritual. How come you don't?
Perhaps I knew before, but now I've completely forgotten.
It's a pity. The silence that followed was so uncomfortable, I couldn't help but laugh.
What a weird dream I'm having today.
If you could show me a person whose dreams make sense, I'd grant you 1,000,000 wishes.
Fine, you're right. But even so, I rarely realize I'm dreaming, and now I can see everything so clearly. There were pyramids, fields, and people.
People?
Didn't you notice them? Over there, the couple. Okay, she calls them a couple, but the girl called him brother. So, is this just like a weird translation thing? Man, what's going on? I don't know anymore. Because in English, she called him brother, but they were acting like a couple. So is it... I don't know what the other language is. Like, I don't know what that is, because there's English and then there's this other language. And, like, maybe in that other language they have that thing where, like... Because I know in, like, some other cultures, the term brother is just used to refer to a man older than you. And I know sometimes that they use the same word for, like, some women will use the same word for their boyfriends. So I don't know if it's just a weird translation thing or, like, I don't know what's going on anymore, man. Maybe there is incest. I turned towards the boy and girl who were now climbing the field in our direction.
I didn't note it.
Fairies! Fairies over there!
Her sudden booming voice struck my ears like thunder.
Don't look that way.
Lucas grabbed me by the shoulders, but I didn't even have time to turn to him. The girl's gaze froze me in place. My vision went black. In just a split second, my head ached as if it were clamped in a steel vise. It was so tight, I thought my head would burst.
Damn, that was quick.
I felt a pair of warm arms wrap around me. Despite the pain piercing every cell of my body, I managed to turn to face Lucas.
Will we meet again? I don't...
Lucas clearly wanted to say something, but the pain grew unbearable, and the darkness surrounded me. That's it! Ah! Damn. Okay, I'm intrigued. You know, I had a feeling it would end there, but I'm intrigued. Okay, so there's this guy that we didn't meet. Okay. What are we? We are at the 3-hour mark. Okay, I'm gonna zoom through and do all the choices that I didn't do before. So we're just gonna skip. I am curious as to what happens if we don't go with Zoya, because obviously we don't meet Noble then in that sense. So we're gonna... I feel like something's gonna happen and we're still not gonna get to confess to Sensei anyway. But we're gonna pick go to Sensei. I feel so bad about this because, like, I would never in a million years choose this option in real life. Because, like, if your friend asked you for a favor, would you go with your friend or would you choose to, like, let them do their thing alone so you could go and confess to your crush? The day had started perfectly. For the first time, I'd managed to iron every last wrinkle out of my skirt, wake up early, and even buy the chrysanthemums. Maybe today would be my lucky day and I could give Sensei the bouquet. Missing such an opportunity would be a huge mistake. But how could I leave a friend in need? And besides, I'm curious to see her brother Noble. Go. Huh? I can see it even in your eyes. You've made up your mind. Sorry, I thought I'd have time to catch Sensei before classes start. Zoya shook her head. No, forgive me for making you choose. I really will be fine by myself. I know she'll be fine, but this makes me feel so fucking bad, guys. Because preceding this decision,
G talks about how Zoya never asks for help for anything. Like, Zoya never asks anything of G, and this is the one time she is asking her for her help. And now we're not gonna help her. I hope everything works out for you. And I hope everything works out for you. You should tell me everything. Zoya smiled as she said goodbye and headed towards the checkpoint. Although her smile was genuine, there was a sorrowful look in her eyes. I wanted to run after her, hug her tight, and go together to meet her brother. But to make a dream come true, a sacrifice always needs to be made. Ouch! I didn't even notice how firmly I was squeezing the bouquet of chrysanthemums. The paper rustled sadly under my tight grip, like a mourner grieving a loss. See? Another fucking metaphor! You know what? Play this game and take a shot every time there's a metaphor. It's really bugging me how often it's used. Like, especially, it feels like it's unnecessary sometimes to have these metaphors. Like, you could literally remove them and it would, like, make no difference to the sentence. Like, the paper rustled sadly under my tight grip like a mourner grieving a loss. You don't need that metaphor. You could literally just do, like, the paper rustled under my tight grip. The paper doesn't feel anything. It's an inanimate object. Why am I getting so heated? I hate this. I hate this. I hate this so much. Why am I getting so upset? It just... I don't know. Something about it rubs me the wrong way. I think my perfect day won't be so perfect after all. No, I can't go and see Sensei with my head full of such thoughts. I need to think of something nice. Something funny. I remember how on my very first day at school, I greeted a tall guy who I thought was a teacher, only to find out he was just a senior student. The entire hallway burst out laughing. I don't think I'd ever seen Zoya laugh so hard before. Or that one time in the cafeteria when I mixed up pepper and salt, dumping an entire amount of pepper into my soup. I didn't want to throw it away because I was so hungry. But my determination was short-lived, only lasting for 3 spoonfuls. I spent the entire break next to the water cooler. Zoya handed me the water and kept saying, Zoya. It's pointless. I was heading towards the school with a heavy heart. Usually I took the shorter route, but today I didn't feel like it. I needed to walk to try and gather my thoughts and calm down. If I showed up in front of Sensei with a gloomy face, he definitely wouldn't be pleased. So I took a slow stroll down the road, forcing myself to break free from the painful thoughts and look around. The same small houses and scattered shops. Far off you could see the research center where we go for medical checkups. That's all there is to our modest town. There's no need for giant malls or high-rise apartment buildings here. They'd only draw unwanted attention. Time and time again, we'd been assured that people like us, anomalies, humans with extraordinary abilities, were like everyone else. That we came to Libertas Island not to be lab rats or to hide away from the rest of the world, but to learn about ourselves and accept our new abilities. The scientists were true to their word. We were free to wander around the island whenever we wished, with only one rule: be back before the end of the day. If we felt like leaving, we were allowed to. There were 4 types of graduates. Some stayed to work in the town, while others moved in with the islanders to farm or fish. Some would choose to leave the island, and others would lose their abilities, no longer able to attend the school. They were sent home, but had their memories of the town's location and other information that wasn't meant for outsiders erased. Not that much of a loss. So does that mean if you still have abilities and you choose to leave the island, do they still wipe your memories or do they let you keep them? I could understand people who suddenly lost their abilities and no longer wanted to stay. But the anomalies? That I couldn't fathom. How could you leave an island so full of mystery and wonder? I, for example, hadn't properly explored Libertas yet. I was sick the entire vacation, while weekdays and weekends were busy with classes and checkups. I wish I'd gone with Zoya. At least I would have refreshed my memory about the place we'd come from. And here I am, thinking about her again. What a fail of a walk. If you knew this was gonna happen, you should have just gone with Zoya. The outline of the school came into view, and I suppressed the feelings of guilt. I'd better properly apologize to Zoya later once more, rather than torture myself with this guilt. Since most students only showed up right before classes started, the entrance was empty other than a security guard pacing back and forth near the gates. He was methodically searching for any fallen leaves and pieces of trash. Once found, he would scoop them up into a dustpan and toss them into the trash can. Usually, that was the groundskeeper's job, but it seemed he was busy with something else today. Maybe he'd gone for a medical checkup. After all, when else would adults get their examinations done? I had already opened my mouth to say hello when a faint squeak reached my ears. Mice? But the town was strictly checked for animals because anomalies could accidentally harm them. I glanced at the clock. There was some time left before the bell would ring. Driven by curiosity, I followed the sound. It grew louder and clearer. As I drew closer, I could tell it wasn't squeaking at all, but a sorrowful meow. A kitten? Here? It can't be. An uneasy feeling crept into my mind, trying to stop me. But my curiosity won. My legs carried me forward on their own. I turned the corner and slipped through a narrow gap in the fence. It was the school's back entrance. We'd only used it once during an evacuation drill. The garden spread out here, though, making it a perfect hiding place for someone. Or something. A kitten, perhaps. The meowing... There was an actual meow that played. The meowing grew louder and more desperate. Hungry? Or maybe just cold. The weather had been quite volatile today. Whatever it was, I was full of anticipation. Where are you, little one? I reached a neat row of shrubs lined up along the fence. Judging by the fresh cuts, the gardener had been here only recently. Did he really smuggle a kitten here? But why? Another yelp cut through my thoughts. This time it was so pitiful and sharp that my heart clenched in pain. I'll check on it and then run to the shop for food. I put the bouquet down and started pulling back the thorny branches of one of the shrubs. I had barely finished celebrating, avoiding getting a splinter when I froze in horror. It wasn't a kitten meowing, but a plump, fully grown cat. And it wasn't calling out from hunger or cold. It was wailing in pain. No! Ah! Tentatively, I stepped closer to its wounded, fragile body. Not an inch of her was left unharmed. Her bones were broken and twisted. Her belly had swollen up like a waterlogged loaf of bread. The cat's breathing was ragged and hoarse. Her meowing faded into a pitiful squeak. She was desperate, helpless, frightened. There was nothing I could do. Nothing. A shiver ran through me, as if I too could feel the weight of the dying creature's despair. I had no strength left to bend down and touch her, or even to cry out for help. All I could do was stand there and listen as the rasping grew harsher, its small body twitching painfully. At last, she fell silent. I didn't realize it at first. Only when my hand slipped from the shrub branch I'd been holding, and the thorn scraped against my legs, did I come to my senses. Trembling all over, I crouched down, unable to tear my gaze away from the now still cat. Who had brought her here? Who could do something so dreadful? I wanted to scream, to run away, to convince myself this was only a bad dream, a nightmare, a hallucination due to all the stress. But when my hands touched her still warm body and the stench of blood and vomit hit my nose, I was finally convinced that it was all real. It was so unsettling and nauseating, I couldn't even cry. There stayed only one thought in my mind. I had to bury her, let her rest in peace. I got up and looked around the place. If I couldn't find any tools, I would dig a hole with my bare hands. Fortunately, there was a small trowel near the shrubs. Yet this did little to ease the situation. As if in a dream, I slowly dug a hole. My fingers and knees burned. My skin was damp with sweat. My ears rang, and the world swayed before my eyes. But I never stopped. Only when the hole was finally big enough, I allowed myself to rest. My fingers were clamped tightly around the handle in an iron grip, and it took 3 attempts to loosen them. Tired, I leaned my back against the fence and sighed. I sat for a while, trying to steady my breathing. When the dizziness passed, I made myself get up and go back to the cat. Her body had already grown cold and stiff, like a piece of meat placed in the freezer. Again with a metaphor! Enough hesitating, she needs to be buried. I laid the body into the makeshift grave. Even with the trowel still nearby, I covered the cat with soil using my bare hands. When this body disappeared beneath the ground, I sighed with sorrow. The only reminder of what happened here were the small spots of blood, soon to be washed away by the rain or covered by soil carried on the wind. Life can be truly horrible sometimes. Time will pass. Reality will remain still and quiet. The terrible things you've seen will live in your head forever. They will come back when you sleep, torturing you, making you lose your mind. But only you, because the rest of the world didn't notice anything. The tears brought me back into reality. I got up from the ground, dusted off my muddied skirt, glanced at my scratched, dirty hands, and let out a sorrowful sigh. I can't show up in front of Sensei looking like this. Sensei. How could I forget about him? As long as Sensei is in this world, every failure, every hardship, every nightmare that stands in my way will be nothing but a minor nuisance. As long as Sensei's here, I'll be happy. I pulled my phone out of my pocket. Zoya messaged me that she safely made it to the ferry and was heading back with Noble. As usual, I sent her a thumbs up in reply, then checked the time. Just as I thought, chemistry had already begun, so there was no need to hurry. Luckily, our lessons were double periods, so I'd definitely make it to Sensei's class. Fortunately, my clothes were not that dirty. It would be enough to dust myself off, wash my hands and glasses in the restroom. As I was getting out of the shrubs, I noticed a small building nearby. Right, I could clean myself in a library, as well as hide the bouquet to give it later to Sensei. As I had guessed, the library was empty. The books were kept company only by the librarian on the second floor, a boy at the window, and a lot of plants that seemed to have clung to the building. That's for the best. Regular libraries have dry, stale air, but here it feels pleasant, almost sweet. I let myself relax, shoving the dark thoughts to the back of my mind. First, I needed to get to the restroom on the far side of the room, before the librarian or the lone reader caught me like this. Then hide the bouquet, and if time allowed, rest and go to class. Step 1. Get to the restroom, approved for action. Glancing around like a spy infiltrating enemy territory, I slid along the bookshelves. The chrysanthemum bouquet kept rustling, giving away my position completely, but I hoped the noise of the fan would cover that damn rustle. I made it to the restroom safely. I washed up, combed my hair, smoothed my skirt, and adjusted my slipping glasses. Almost done. I found an empty bottle in one of the restroom lockers. After filling it with water, I slipped outside with a slight sting of guilt. I walked into the library, less scared now, taking a closer look around. The librarian was still wandering around the second floor, rearranging the books. The fan billowed the curtains like the sails of a ship. There was still only one boy in the reading room. Okay, this is the one character I haven't met yet. His eyes were hidden behind his long bangs. It was only when I noticed the sketchbook on the table and his head torn towards the window, where the school's sakura tree was, that I realized he was sketching the scenery. Now I remembered who he was. Olin. He's a regular here. He once helped me find the shelf with chemistry books. It was the only time we had spoken to each other. Olin is quite a decent guy. He helped with watering the flowers, liked to draw, and read a lot. He spoke in a soft and polite manner, calm like sea waves. And yet, Olin couldn't conceal that he was always trying to hide away from everyone. The long bangs, his oversized baggy clothes,
and the bullied look in his eyes were telling, even though he kept averting his gaze. Most likely, Olin had noticed me, but had decided to pay me no attention. Good. I sneaked past another row of shelves, looking for a free, inconspicuous place to tuck the flowers away. Sadly, most of the plants weren't in bloom, so the chrysanthemum stood out amongst them. But I recalled somewhere nearby, a hidden spot filled with pots of dracanias and ficuses. I soon found the spot. Suppressing a triumphant cry, I quickly shoved the chrysanthemums behind a curtain of green leaves. No one will suspect a thing now, thank God. I turned and headed for the exit, darting a glance at Olin, as if he was a spy ready to betray me at any moment. He just yawned and rolled his stiff shoulders. His gaze never left the sakura. But as if sensing my stare, Olin suddenly looked up. I immediately walked over to one of the windowsills, pretending to be fascinated by the flower standing on it. It really was worth looking at. Its bud was the same white as the chrysanthemums, though the shape was different. It slightly reminded me of a closed rosebud, but more intricate, layered, like a princess's gown. I wonder what story you carry. Quite an interesting one, in fact. Long ago, one of the native island tribes cultivated a flower they believed would grant immortality and cure every illness. And so the gardenia was planted and grown, pure white flowers and petals traced with delicate pink strokes. At first, the islanders saw the gardenia as a goddess in a fine dress, who had descended to earth to grant everyone divine mercy. But one day, a horrible curse fell upon them. Both young and old fell victim to a terrible disease. It was then that they understood that the goddess had not descended to grant them mercy, but to warn them of terrible misfortunes. From then on, the gardenia became an omen of death. For the islanders, its petals and blossoms resembled a woman in a torn, blood-stained dress. Ever since, wherever gardenias grow, disaster follows. Outbreaks of disease, wars, and other horrors. Nowhere else did the flower take root, as if only our island was caught in the clutches of its curse. Only when the voice fell silent, I snapped back and looked around. Olin? The boy's eyes sparkled, as if he too had just realized what was happening. Olin raised his hands defensively, babbling. I'm so sorry. Did I scare you? I couldn't help myself. You said you wanted to know about gardenias, so I started rambling. Do all plant enthusiasts know so many interesting stories? Don't worry, you didn't scare me. It was quite intriguing. Olin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Even through his tangled hair, I noticed the dimples on his cheeks. A feeling of warmth spread through my chest. If only we could talk a little longer. Do you know a lot of stories? Olin tucked a strand of hair behind his ear, like he wanted to get a better view of me. About gardens or other flowers? Are there more legends about gardenias? Of course. Every flower has many stories. Of course, they often contradict each other, but that's the whole point. That's amazing. Could you tell me more? The words had left my mouth before I had time to think. Olin stared at me in surprise. Do you really want to hear? Oh, sorry. I got carried away. It's just, you spoke so well. If you want, why not? Now it was my turn to look at Olin in surprise. This time he looked confident, not frightened, inspired even. What do you want to hear about? Gardenias or... Oh no, I lost track of time. Can we talk next time? Of course, sure. Immediately he shrank, like a hedgehog sensing danger, so curling into a ball. Already halfway to the exit, I glanced back. Don't you need to go to class?
My class isn't until the next period. Not until the next period? Then why does he come to school so early? Just to draw? I managed to hold myself back from asking further questions just in time. I see. Have a good day. You too, G. Whoa, he remembered my name. I'd forgotten his. Only remembered it later when the librarian had called Olin over a few times. What a nice and mysterious guy. Maybe we could be friends. With those thoughts, I dashed towards the chemistry classroom, praying to every god that Sensei would be at least a couple of minutes late. Except he never is. Just as I was about to reach the door, someone suddenly yanked me by the backpack, forcing me to halt abruptly.
Hold your horses, Jiggins. No running allowed in the corridors, remember?
I know this is the vice rep or whatever. Catching my breath and pushing my glasses back up my nose, I turned around. The former vice rep. Of course. Who else could it be? Well, I'm glad at least it means if she was here, since I wouldn't have arrived yet. Good morning.
Doesn't look like yours was good, Jiggins. Why are you late? And why didn't you go to your first lesson? Planning to be a slacker this year?
It seemed she needed reminding that she was a former vice rep. What a shame. Then again, she'd always been stuck up and mean. I sighed heavily, pretending I was just trying to catch my breath. Matters of national importance. Shall we go? The bell is already rung.
So you overslept.
Clearly, she wasn't going to leave me alone until I gave her a decent excuse. Something I'm sure she would bring up later and make fun of me for. Gee. Zoya? Thank God. Good thing I didn't have to make up some story. I'm a terrible liar. The former vice rep, realizing she couldn't keep torturing me, clicked her tongue in annoyance. And why are you... Who are you? Wasn't Sensei told that G and I went to meet my brother? Oh, she's covering for us.
Noble, live and in person. Nice to meet you.
A tall guy in a plaid shirt wearing a cap tilted to the side stretched out his hand to the former vice rep. She flinched and stepped back from Noble.
Well then, I'll gladly greet Zoya's friend one more time.
So he kisses her hand here. Okay, what the?
I wanted to say once more how happy I am to meet you, princess.
I'm not... okay, so I think this is the same dialogue. What's going on here?
Zoya has described you many times, but in real life you're even more beautiful. I can't get enough of looking at you.
I wasn't even given the chance to recover. What's going on here? You have no shame! I don't recall G being related to you. Why would you greet Noble anyway? Isn't that the guide's job? Noble released my hand and gripped the straps of his backpack. Only then did I notice how huge the bag was. Suddenly, I wished Noble would just drop that heavy weight right onto her head. The principal gave me permission to welcome my brother. So you're accusing her of doing something wrong. The former vice rep lowered her gaze. Noble pressed his lips into a thin line, though you could see it in his eyes how amused he was by the whole scene. I looked at Zoya with gratitude. She could always stand up for herself, and her courage was something I could only aspire to. The former vice rep lifted her chin, clearly not ready to give up. Fine, but what is Noble doing here anyway? Why does he come straight to class instead of the dorms? Why do you think we didn't? We all glanced at Noble's massive backpack. Surprisingly, he didn't falter. Quite the opposite, actually. He put on a serious face.
How could one possibly skip the very first day of school? What? Everyone's fresh from summer break, no complicated tasks, no tests. Today is the perfect moment to make new friends. And you suggest I waste it messing with sorting out my bags? I can unpack in the evening. If there's suddenly no room for me, I can sleep on the roof or in the basement. I'm not picky.
The girl frowned as though Noble had just given her an impossible riddle to solve. We've already settled everything with the principal, so you don't need to worry about me. The former vice rep glanced around, probably looking for Sensei, and waved us off.
Fine, come in. Yes.
I think Noble wasn't happy about us finally going into class. Rather, he was just pleased he'd managed to wipe the smirk off her cocky face.
Ladies first.
He gave a salute and bowed gallantly to let the former vice rep pass. The girl snorted, proudly strutting into the classroom. I kept staring at his mischievous face a while before moving closer to Zoya. Did you really speak with the principal? Sort of.
So about your dorm manager, what is she like? Does she rule with an iron fist, or would she sell out for some candy?
Noble tried his hardest to make it sound like a casual question. There is a fly. Well, I don't know if it's a fly. There is a bug flying around, and it is in my face. No matter how you try, you can't hide such a mistake. Is it a mistake, though? I, for one, regretted not going straight to class on arrival, but leaving my luggage in my room. The dorm manager had questioned me so thoroughly I almost ended up being late. Okay, that's enough. No more being hung up on the past. She won't punish you with medieval torture, but you can't bribe her either. Unless you want to clean the entire dorm.
Or the windows. All of them.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Multiple times, by the way.
I thought you were exaggerating.
Exaggerating is your thing.
Touché.
Okay, enough joking. I think Sensei's on his way. Let's head in.
Ladies first.
Noble cast a glance at Zoya. She gave him an odd look, but then smiled and quickly went into the classroom. I followed her example. Sensei would be here soon, and I couldn't be any later. Okay, I wonder if this is where we... Time to find our seats. Okay, yeah, okay, this is all the same. We're just gonna keep, skipping. While Noble was struggling with his heavy backpack, which got stuck in the aisle, Zoya and I took our notebooks and head over to Sensei. This one still feels like the same. We're gonna go to the schoolyard since last time we went to the roof. When I thought of the schoolyard, terrifying images immediately resurfaced in my memory. Oh my god! Okay, yes, I forgot. The schoolyard was where we buried the cat. I should have gone back and saved. A dead, broken body. Bloody ground. Dirt under my nails and itching knees. I'd fought so hard to forget that nightmare. How can I forget about it again? Gee, is everything okay?
Princess?
I'm fine. Just a little headache.
Maybe
Maybe we should go to the nurse's office after all.
Was it the potassium iodide? I'm sorry, Princess. I'll never...
No, I'm totally fine. I gave him a thumbs up for emphasis. I can't give in to panic. Not today. Yes, you have to fight painful memories. The best way is to tackle them head on. Wanna go hang out in the yard? Noble and Zoya kept staring at me for a few more seconds, and then they exhaled in unison.
Great idea.
Why not? Noble's unease had already faded, but Zoya kept glancing at me, concerned. Looks like I'm not getting away this evening without an explanation. Good. I'll spill everything that's eating me up later. Let's go then. As we neared the tree, I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. A tall, slender sakura spread its blossoming branches, as if inviting us to come closer. A playful breeze blew the waning petals to the ground.
Whoa, and we were sitting in class instead of sleeping here.
Noble plopped himself down, turning his face up towards the baby pink leaves falling from the tree. This time even Zoya smiled, as if agreeing with his words. We'll know where to look for you now. Zoya and I sat down beside him. We opened our lunch boxes, ready to eat. But we couldn't really enjoy the picnic vibe.
Why is no one here?
How could I ever think Noble would have a calm lunch? What an unbreakable spirit. Looks like he's not dropping it, so it's better to tell him quickly and finally eat. Everyone's used to it now. The sakura lost its charm.
Heathens!
You'll forget about it too soon enough.
Wrong! That'll come here every...
Sadly, Noble didn't get the chance to finish his sentence.
What the hell is that?
A hoarse, sleepy voice came from nearby, but its owner was nowhere to be seen. Like they were hiding on purpose, not wanting to be disturbed or discovered. Looks like we won't be eating today after all. Maybe we should go.
Huh? Why's that?
Zoya nodded towards the sakura. Noble gave the tree a good look, gathering his thoughts, and then he raised his hands towards the sky.
Oh, venerable tree spirit, we apologize for the racket. We'll just eat and be gone, okay? Just shut up already. Jeez.
The person above the tree coughed. I listened closely. Initially, the voice appeared to come from behind the tree, but that was an illusion. I tilted my head up. The voice was coming right from... I should have just kept my eyes on the lunchbox. Oh my god, it's Raj! On one of the thick branches sat a boy I wished never to meet again. Raj. Zoya muttered under her breath, but I heard her anyway. Yes, Raj, my childhood best friend. The very reason I chose to come to Libertas Island. Okay, a lot of this is repeat. We've read this before. Gee, wait. Okay, no, this is a memory. The little boy tripped over his untied lace, immediately falling to the ground.
Ow, that hurts. Gee.
I whipped my head round so fast my pigtail smacked me in the face.
So, what do you want? Gee.
The boy stretched out his hands to me, like a baby longing for his mother's embrace. I sighed heavily.
I told you not to go out alone. Why didn't you wait for me? Why are you messing with these bullies again, huh? They were calling you names. I don't want them saying mean things about you.
Raji covered his face with his hand and burst into tears. My cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Oh, so that's it. I thought he wanted to prove to them that he's not a baby or a wimp. No matter what the bullies called Raji, he never fought back. I did. But today was different. He hadn't waited for me to come back. He hadn't waited for me to back him up. He jumped straight into a fight, coming back covered in bruises with a missing tooth. Luckily, I heard the shouting and rushed to help. I don't even want to think about what would have happened if all of this hadn't taken place near my house. I crouched next to him. Raji calmed down, sniffling a little, but he didn't move his hand away.
Raji.
The boy sobbed.
I'm sorry, G. I'm terrible, aren't I? Why would you say that? I always bring you trouble. Even when I tried to defend you.
I carefully touched his hand. He flinched as if he'd been hit.
It's okay, Raji. I like being friends with you. The trouble is the bully's fault. Come on, look at me.
He finally showed his face. Tearful, dirty, but incredibly happy. Raji always looked at me as if I was a precious treasure to be cherished and kept safe. Today, though, Raj glared at me like he wanted to burn me alive.
What are you doing here?
I still don't understand why he began to hate me so much. It was Raj who'd left without a word. It was Raj who treated me coldly, pretended we were complete strangers, only to snap at me and tell me to stay away. Okay, we're back to, like, stuff I've read before, but... I looked away, not daring to look at him anymore. Noble, on the other hand, looked up and chuckled in surprise.
Whoa, you're not gonna fall off there, are you?
There even seemed to be a hint of hope in his voice. He really does live for thrills. Raj shot Noble a hateful glare.
If I fall, you'll be the only one who suffers.
As if to prove his words, Raj jumped off, skillfully launching himself right towards Noble. He barely dodged the attack.
What the?
Good reflexes.
Raj landed smoothly, sliding his hands into his pockets. He used to hide candy there to give me later. I struggled to suppress the memories.
By the way, haven't you ever fallen from a tree as a kid?
I did a lot of things as a kid.
Raj only glimpsed at me, but even that was enough to make my insides twist into a tight knot. Guess I'm not hungry anymore.
Maybe we should eat somewhere else.
Zoya tried to lighten the mood and slurped her coconut milk loudly. Raj looked at her as if he just stepped on a cockroach.
You're all so noisy. Noisy? We're not shouting.
Raj snorted, abruptly turning around before Noble had finished talking. He strolled off down one of the garden paths. It seemed even the petals beneath his feet withered from the poison seeping out from every cell in his body. Noble brushed it off and rolled his eyes.
Man, what a jerk. Who is he, anyway?
The principal's grandson. I looked at Zoya with gratitude. She smiled understandably.
Nepotism, huh? I bet that Rajhol skips class, smokes harsh, filterless cigarettes, and smashes windows at night.
Rajhol? Did you really just say that? Noble lifted his chin proudly. A smug look was plastered across his face, as if to say, "Look how smart I am. Come on, praise me." I forced myself to keep a straight face. Zoya even more so. She seemed so used to Noble's jokes that nothing could surprise or amuse her anymore.
Traitors.
It is what it is.
You're one to complain.
Noble puffed out his cheeks but quickly snapped back to his cheerful self.
So what's the deal with this Rajhol?
Looks like he's still hoping to make an impression. I don't know about the smoking and breaking windows, but he does skip lessons. But they say he catches on fast and passes all the tests.
I guess he has tutors then. He doesn't look like a genius, more like a child who can't grow up.
Zoya and I remained silent. Sure, Noble was right about Raj, but Raj wasn't the only one. Once upon a time, Raj was the only person in the entire world who understood me, listened to me, and wanted to protect me. Why do people change so suddenly? I kept chewing some pieces of jackfruit, but I tasted nothing at all. Side note, jackfruit is so yummy, I wish I had some right now. I think it should be in season in the summer, or at least that's normally when we buy it, so hopefully get some jackfruit this year. Suddenly something poked my hand. Oh, that's so sweet!
Do you like coconut milk?
Just as I reached for the milk Noble was handing me, Zoya slid closer and casually opened some chocolate.
You want some? Hey, that was supposed to be for me to share with Princess.
So?
You're not allowed. The assistant spot is reserved, and there's only one.
Noble threw up his hands and bent down to Zoya, but I could still hear perfectly well what he was saying.
I had such a chance to win her trust, and you ruined it.
Thank you. I really was grateful. Noble smiled and pulled faces, while Zoya rolled her eyes. But I guess even her patience is not endless. Noble, how was your ride, by the way? Noble answered calmly, as if they'd just been discussing the subject.
Not good.
Why? What happened? Noble spread his hands out wide, counting on his fingers.
Firstly, I got seasick. Waves were so rough and my stomach couldn't handle it.
I immediately remembered how I barely survived the trip myself. So glad it's all in the past.
And secondly, they put a fat lady in my cabin. She was either eating or sleeping or snoring. Or both at the same time.
Horrible. I had no idea what you went through. Noble gave us a nod, then resumed in a spooky tone.
And thirdly, the most important one.
Come on, what is it?
The toilet was broken.
What a catastrophe. I'd have swum instead.
I tried to, but they didn't let me.
I hope that was a joke. The conversation ended and we started eating our lunch. I even managed to taste the food even though I'd feared I wouldn't have an appetite. It's so nice to have such pleasant company around. Thank you.
Was it fun?
Absolutely.
Great then.
No matter what, G, you can count on me. Thanks to the twins, I'd managed to calm down and head to class, almost as confident as I was before. During the rest of the school day, Noble managed to chat with half the class. Borrow Zoya's phone? Okay, I think we've gone through this. What was the log? Oh yeah, Zoya asked, want me to come with you? No need, I've got this. It was the least I could do to ease my guilt of not helping her meet Noble. I'll tell you everything in the evening, don't worry. Promise? Everything. Of course. Zoya calmed down only once sweet Pinky promised. When we left the classroom, Noble had already vanished. Surprisingly, I didn't hear his noisy backpack. Okay, I think this is this. Okay, we're gonna save again. I'm gonna be really upset if that cat thing doesn't pop up again later, because why did we have to go through that? Like, that has to pop up later. I want to see if the chemistry class is the same thing. So we have a little bit more of a memory.
It's okay, Braji. I like being friends with you. The trouble's the bully's fault. Come on, look at me.
Hello, hello. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna load. And we're gonna go to the teacher's room. First, I should check the teacher's room. Even if Sensei isn't there, I can ask the teachers where to find him. There was no time to waste, so I headed for the room without hesitation. However, as soon as I got there, I began to have second thoughts. What if it's locked? Or maybe that nasty math teacher who pestered me today is in there. What if Sensei isn't there and no one knows where he is? And how will I explain the flowers? Why did I bring them to school? No, walking there with the bouquet seems far too suspicious. It'd be better...
Why haven't you said anything yet? You're only making it worse. Shh.
Speak of the devil. Wait a second. Shh. Is that the prince himself? Model student, athlete, and a hero who helps everyone out. I instinctively pressed my ear to the door.
We have pardoned your tutoring over the summer, but giving lessons on the very first day of school? Unbelievable. Do our words mean nothing? Are you defying the principal? This is about proving yourself, or are you doing it for the money? I can't understand how such a diligent student like yourself could fall back into such old habits. Explain yourself.
I shook my head. How could he explain himself when you won't even let him speak?
Teacher history, I think.
Please, just admit it. Neither you nor your students will be in trouble. Maybe just a minor penalty. What's so bad about him tutoring other students? I don't get it. Looks like a full-on interrogation is happening inside. I wonder if she really decided to tutor again. If so, I could raise my grades. Right. If I save him from those furious teachers now, he'll surely help me later. Would definitely return the favor. Rumor had it once his bag tore and some boy gave him his own. Later, Sh bought him a whole bundle of new ones. The prince spoke, but his voice was so calm and quiet I couldn't make it out. The math teacher's words, however, I caught immediately.
Looks like we'll have to go to the principal.
If they leave the room, my chance is gone. There was no time left to hesitate. Hello. As I entered the room, the three teachers, one unfamiliar, and all looked at me. The room was silent apart from the fan gently whirring. My palms were sweaty and I had to fight the urge to wipe them on my skirt. I felt everyone's eyes staring at me, making me nervous. No turning back now. I had to act. I can't keep doing this. I was his student. We worked all summer, but I want to continue learning and improving. Sh is very good at explaining. Thanks to him, I finally understand what I couldn't last year, and now I'm less worried about finals. I couldn't think of what else to say, so I looked at Sh for inspiration. His eyes were fixed on me, as if he was carefully assessing me. Which is why I turned to him for help. I have to work hard this year because I want to become a class rep. Please forgive us. I know it's wrong, but we try not to overwork and always keep things balanced. Besides, we only studied on weekends. The rumors about tutoring during weekdays are just that. Rumors. Would he really have time for that? You're well aware of how hardworking and occupied is.
I didn't notice any progress in your understanding of logarithms today.
That's because so far we've only focused on English. The math teacher scoffed, but to my relief, said nothing more. Looks like I managed to diffuse the tension a bit. Thank God. My knees were already starting to shake. Who is the bouquet for? Unlike the grumpy, nitpicking math teacher, the history teacher was nice and sweet, though far too nosy. How could I forget about the bouquet? I should have left it outside the door. Too late now. A sour taste rose in my mouth, but I pushed myself to say what had to be said. I brought it as an apology. To back up my words, I put the bouquet on the desk. The math teacher immediately studied it closely. Judging by her softened gaze, she liked the chrysanthemums. Honestly, it's just weekends. Please don't forbid it. We'll be careful. Surely Sh has earned your trust. After all, he's been on Libertas the longest. If the rumors are true, Sh was one of the very first to join the project. Considering how the teachers all fell silent, I guess the gossip must be true.
Okay, you may leave. But I'll still report everything to the principal. Of course, that's the right thing to do.
Apparently, Sh wasn't at all concerned that the principal might hear about his rule breaking. He looked so serene, cheerful even, as if he was just out for a stroll or out in the meadow to catch butterflies. Don't worry, I believe the principal will be understanding. The third teacher nodded apathetically. It seemed as though she couldn't care less. Once we left the teacher's room, my legs went to jelly beneath me. I nearly fell, but Sh caught me and helped me over to the windowsill. Thank you.
No, thank you. You put on quite a show. It's been ages since I saw something like that. The math teacher smiling like that? Amazing. Who would have thought she liked flowers so much?
I was glad Sh didn't pry about who the flowers were actually intended for. I didn't expect anything like that from myself either.
You really saved me there. Seriously. I thought I'd end up telling a pitiful story about a poor student wanting to get good grades for his parents' sake.
I'm sure you would have pulled it off quite well.
Maybe, but I'd never reach your level.
Thanks. I'm at your service if you ever need help, Prince. Sh winked at me like he just chewed on something sour. Oh, Sh winced like he just chewed on something sour.
Let's do without this Prince stuff. I still don't get why that nickname stuck to me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you liked it.
No worries. Everyone thinks so, which is why they call me that.
Sh looked at me with such a warm smile that I couldn't help but relax. So, what nickname would you prefer?
King? Lord?
Sh chuckled.
My regular name is more than enough. Although, if you want to be creative, I'd prefer... Shh.
I somehow managed to keep a straight face while he was hissing. I bet there are plenty of unusual names like Sh among the locals. Surely there's a story behind each of them, or so I'd hoped. I'm not sure how polite it is to ask such things at first acquaintance, so I won't pry. Maybe someday I'll learn the secret behind his name. At last, Sh finished his hissing. He had a mischievous and joyful look about him, like a boy who'd just stolen apples from someone's yard. Again with the metaphor! I was unable to resist such a genuine smile. I let out a giggle. Luckily for me, Sh had pretended not to notice.
By the way, tell me, how can I return the favor? Or do you want me to actually tutor you?
I couldn't believe my ears. So you really do give private lessons? It's all metaphors around here. It just bothers me how often it pops up. It just feels very lazy to me. Drink every time there's a metaphor. Like, literally, no. It just feels so lazy to me. I can understand, like, once or twice, but, like, the fact that I am noticing it every time a metaphor is being used implies that they are doing it too much. Sometimes where it's not even needed, it's like, it doesn't add anything to the sentence. I don't know.
Well, there's always some truth behind every rumor. So what? Do you agree?
You can make a metaphor without as or like. You can, yeah. Of course. I wasted no time, realizing how clearly lucky I was. Oh, hello, Cypher. Thank you for the cheese. Oh, it stuck right into my face. Sh reached out his hand.
It's a deal, then.
I shook his hand in response. His hand felt surprisingly soft and warm. How are islanders so warm-blooded? Sh waved goodbye and went on his way, leaving me in the hallway. Only then did I have a chance to think over what had happened. I gave up on Sensei, choosing to protect someone I barely knew instead of taking the opportunity to confess my feelings. But Sh is a former class rep. If I study with him, I might learn some election tips. Yes, it was definitely worth it.
You.
Oh! Looking away from the window, I realized there was a girl right beside me. She looked at me with pure anger, as though I'd committed some awful crime. Is it a girl who likes Sh and like that's why she's hating on me? I felt a chill run through me. Of course, I had to bump into one of the school's nastiest people. Even the former vice rep was a little angel when compared to Shayna. Her nasty temper and bitterness were the talk of the whole school. Shayna was repeatedly scolded and punished, but she never changed. She would sabotage anyone who crossed her. She could do this for any reason at all, something trivial like standing ahead of her in a queue, or something serious like criticizing her looks. I didn't understand how the former vice managed to get along with her. Their relation often caused fights with our class rep. Just as I couldn't understand why the administration hadn't kicked Shayna out yet. How far would Principal Revier's patience have to stretch before she expelled a person with abilities?
Look at me when I'm talking to you. Hey.
Don't hey me. The name is G.
Yeah, I remember your name, Jiggins.
Shayna started moving closer, like how a snake would as it slithers towards its prey.
Helping Sh out was nice, but don't you dare go near him again. Got it?
What? Why's that? Shayna came even closer. It took all my willpower to stay put.
He's already studying with me, and he doesn't need more students.
Isn't it enough that Sh is in her class? Now she wants to keep anyone else from getting close to him. It took all my effort to keep my anger under control.
The place is taken.
But he was...
Doesn't matter what Sh said. He's just polite and knows he needs to repay you somehow. So I'm here to take that burden off of him.
What if I refuse your offer?
It's not an offer.
Shayna came right up to me. How much closer can this girl get to me? She keeps like zooming in more and more. grabbing my t-shirt, but I stood my ground, staring straight into her eyes. She smirked, squeezing the fabric of my t-shirt like she was squeezing a lemon. Ah! I can't. I fucking can't, guys. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Someone get me out of here. I'm fine. I'm fine. Everything is fine. I'm fine. I'm good. But that wasn't what scared me. Within a heartbeat, her eyes had turned golden. Oh fuck, guys, what's her ability? Suddenly, I felt very uneasy. There are many rumors about her ability, and I wasn't ready to have her test them on me. I crossed my fingers behind my back. Okay, Shayna, I'll try. Shayna narrowed her eyes and shot me a piercing look. I held her gaze, and she finally released my t-shirt.
I believe you, for now. But if I see you near him, don't say I didn't warn you.
I resisted the urge to chuckle, like I'd actually listened to that insolent girl.
No way.
Have a good evening. Shayna gave me a strange look before disappearing down the hallway. Only then did I notice my legs trembling. I tried hugging my knees to calm down. She won't do anything to you, G. Zoya's always with you, and you know how to stand up for yourself. If anything happens, I'll use my ability and run. If I do as she says, Shayna will surely take control of me. I can't let that happen. Whatever awaits me, I'll never listen to her. Never. That's crazy. It is crazy. Like, what the hell? In the evening, I briefly told Zoya about what happened in the teacher's room, but decided not to mention Shayna. I think we've already gone through this, but even without Shayna, Zoya had her own reason to be worried. Don't you think Shh is hiding something? What do you mean? It's like he's a wolf in sheep's clothing, trying to gain our trust so he can feast on us all. Interesting way to put it. I'm not kidding. Don't you think he looks down on us? I remember his eyes. A bit mocking, yes, but his demeanor as a whole was nothing but friendly and polite. Maybe he really does think we're stupid. It's always hard to tell with the locals. But he's a great chance to improve my grades. What about me? I borrowed the textbooks so that we... Zoya? Huh? Nothing. It's fine. Why did she get so upset? I need to cheer her up. How about a game of cards? It kills me how much Zoya tries to do for G, but like she just doesn't see it. I think if I were to play the full game once it's released, because the full game's not released yet, it's like the projected date is like 2026, so maybe like the end of the year or maybe even next year. If I do end up playing the full game, I think if I had to pursue someone first, I would probably do Zoya. My girl just feels so appreciated. Is this a demo? Yes, this is a demo, yeah. It's quite long for a demo. It's like, it took me what, like 3 hours to get through one route of the demo? And so now I'm just kind of zooming through to get all the other scenes, and like I'm trying to get the there's some like illustrations that I haven't gotten yet. I think I've gotten most of them. Oh my god, the poor fucking cat. Ah! I'm still so upset about that. Why would they show me that? Okay, so we've unlocked all the lunch pictures, and I think we've got all of Raj's memories. Okay, yeah. We haven't gotten Olin. We've gotten all it still kills me that his name is just fucking so we've got all his illustrations. We don't have all of Sensei's. This implies that we can actually find Sensei after school. There's only one of Zoya, so sad about that. Got all the other ones, so we're missing Olin, Noble, and Sensei. I also just noticed that the background changes for the characters. Alright. You mean fortune telling? As you wish. Now, tell me how your day went. I've been talking the whole time. Finally, Zoya smiled sincerely. I felt so happy that I could bring out of her such a beautiful, radiant smile. Thanks to our little reunion, the regrets I had about failing to give the bouquet to Sensei had almost faded. I think we've already gone through this. Sleep. Thinking about Sensei. Okay. This time we're gonna pick no to the dream catcher. I don't know. My theory is that if we accept it, that we will see him again in a dream. But if we say no, we won't. But I don't know. The demo pretty much ends around here anyway. Absolutely not. I'm not falling for the bait. Thank you, but I think I'll pass. You use it, which means you need it. Keep it. As you wish. He seemed a little disappointed, but I, on the other hand, felt relieved. What is that? Okay, we've already gone through this, and it's going to be the same thing. Okay, that's the end of that one. We are going to go to the start again, and we're going to skip. So does that mean if we... just for the sake, we'll do the cat thing again. We'll have to be traumatized. Does anything different happen if we go to the rooftop? No, we've already gone through that. That's fine. We will, this time... I feel like the only way to actually catch Sensei is if we go to his house. So we are gonna... Okay, we've gone to the chemistry class, which is Raj. Teacher's room is shh. So maybe the rooftop is... I don't know. The rooftop might be... Rooftop might be noble. Let's try the school entrance. No need to run all over the school. I'd be better off waiting for Sensei at the gate. At full speed, I sprinted for the school exit, hoping he wouldn't be in a rush and would head home slowly. Or this one might be the Sensei, because when we went to the classroom, Raj mentioned that, like, Sensei had, like, basically just gone out the gate. Thank goodness I thought of that. Just a second longer and Sensei's white-haired head would have vanished around the corner. However, the teacher moved incredibly fast. Blink, and he was gone. At this rate, I'll lose him. Girl, you have super speed! Although that might ruin the bouquet. I'll catch up to you, Sensei. I said it aloud to give me courage. I bent down like a marathon runner ready for a great sprint. My leg muscles tightened. My palms were sweaty. The last time I'd used my ability was during the weekend tests. Not much time had passed, but enough to risk using it again. After all, back before I'd even heard of Libertas Island, I used my abilities freely, without restraint. Here, the scientists strictly forbid us from overusing our powers, warning they could cause irreversible damage. The music is so goddamn loud. What the hell? It's not the sweaty palms again? I know. I always... Every time I hear that one word and it triggers, Mom Spaghetti in me. Okay, you know what? Actually, the sound effects can stay the same. But the music I need to turn down a little. Come on! To use your ability, it is not enough to simply want it. You have to pour emotions and worries into it. So vivid that it feels like your future, your whole life even depends on it. Oh my god, it's like Stranger Things! You gotta pour your emotions into it to use it. Sensei. Oh my god, with the power of love, we will run so fast, guys. And that's when the ability awakens, washing over you like a rush of adrenaline or dopamine. A charge jolts through the skin, your muscles shiver, your nerves drown in chaos and madness, and then your consciousness reins it in. Fortunately, the medical checkups taught me the proper way. Let the ability release only when truly needed. Hold on, Sensei. I'm on my way. Oh, I do like it. Her eyes did change color. They did change color because she's using her ability. A long-awaited shiver of goosebumps rushed across my body. My sneakers squealed so loudly that they sounded more like the tires of a race car turning than ordinary shoes. Are we gonna crash into somebody and miss Sensei? Because otherwise, who else are we gonna meet if we show up at Sensei's house? The wind struck my face, whistling past my ears and slipping under my clothes, as if trying to slow me down. But nothing could stop me anymore. Oh my god, I love this. We're shaking. The road, houses, trees, and bushes all faded into a messy blur, like an artist mixing all their paints at once. Okay, be for real. We just saw Sensei pass by. Like, we saw his hair. How is he moving so fast? Like, either he also has super speed, because otherwise I can't imagine how he can move so fast that she has to use her abilities to catch up with him. My whole body tensed, allowing intuition to guide the way. Fortunately, at such speed, time itself seems to freeze, letting you avoid any obstacle with ease. Within a few heartbeats, I was on the street which Sensei had turned into. Now I needed to be careful not to run past him. The hardest part of running fast is stopping. I started slowing down near the corner, but turning off the ability wasn't easy. I held my glasses tightly, keeping them from being flung forward. Then, as if in slow motion, I began to stoop lower and lower towards the ground, taking fewer and fewer steps. Soon, I could finally let out a breath. A rush of air burst into my lungs. Coughing and gasping for breath, I kept glancing around for Sensei. It didn't take long. Just across the road, there he was, straight ahead. Sensei! My breathing still hadn't steadied, so instead of calling out again, I hurried forward. And of course, I paid no attention to my surroundings. And that's when I got hit by a truck. I was joking! The deafening ring startled me so much I froze like a frightened meerkat. Before I could shield my face or accept my fate, a gust of wind swept me away. Whoa! He saved me, guys! The earth disappeared under my feet, my body turning light as a feather. Does he have super speed as well? Gentle, warm hands closed carefully around my waist, so carefully as if I was a delicate vase ready to shatter in an instant, or even a bouquet so fragile its stems might break from a single touch. She's so cute in that frame. She is! I think the bouquet probably got ruined, though, in the super speed run session. I thought this would never happen again. Oh no, I can't be late. I'm assuming we're in a memory? I shoved my phone into my pocket and forced myself forward, my ribs aching, lungs bursting from lack of air, yet stopping wasn't an option. If it weren't for the dorm manager, I would have never been late. She decided my arrival had to be documented right then and shoved paperwork at me. Not a day later. Once when I was 5, my mother and I were late for a concert I desperately wanted to attend. They wouldn't let us in until the break. From that day on, I always arrived on time. Until today. What a bummer day. In my despair, I felt like fleeing to my room, curling up and lying there until the end of time. But then I wouldn't find Raj or make new friends, and I'd be by myself again. Not on this island. Not again. Finally, my struggles had paid off. Just one more street to cross, then the school was right there. Without looking around, I sprinted forward with all the strength I had left. Out of nowhere, a car suddenly appeared. Just like my savior. A strong pair of arms swept me up, spinning me around like a fairy tale princess being saved by her Prince Charming. Am I the only one that thinks that Sensei is not that good looking? I don't know. I need to go. I need to ask some of my other friends about their opinions. I need to go, like, take a screenshot and ask them because, like, I still don't think he's that great. This prince was indeed very charming, and this was the second time he'd rescued me. Sensei. Out of sheer amazement and joy, I could barely whisper his name. But also, tell me why you have a crush on a guy where you can't even call him by his real name. Because Sensei is just a nickname. He's very plain, TBH. I think maybe that is why. Maybe he just looks so, like, plain. That, like, it doesn't really stir anything in me. A moment later, he lowered me back to the ground. Though his hands had already left my waist, I still felt their warmth and an overwhelming sense of love in my heart.
Gee, are you alright? You're not hurt.
He immediately looked me up and down, and I felt myself begin to blush. I'm fine, Sensei. Thank you for saving me.
Oh, gee.
Sensei looked at me as though I was a naughty child who kept running away from home. Another metaphor. Maybe if I do play this again, I gotta like have a metaphor counter. I want to know, how many times does a metaphor pop up in the script?
Be honest, G. Do you always cross the street like that?
No, it's just I barely slept last night. I'm still recovering from my illness. There was no way I could tell him I was risking everything to catch up with him. Sensei shook his head. Did he believe me?
Please, take care. I won't always be there to save you.
I know. I'm sorry, Sensei. I'll be more careful. Please accept this bouquet as a token of my gratitude. I bet you the bouquet has been messed up, though, with all our running and, like, almost getting hit by a car. Because, like, you cannot tell me that the flowers are still okay after that. Finally, I'd done what I'd been waiting all day to do. I handed Sensei the bouquet of chrysanthemums. Or not? They seem to be fine. Sensei carefully took the bouquet, looked at me with a surprised look on his face, as if he'd only just noticed them.
Gee, you didn't have to. Surely you intended these for someone else.
I felt as though a weight had been lifted from me, and I could finally speak from the heart. I know 100% he's gonna reject her. No, Sensei. To be honest, I wanted to give it to you to show my gratitude. Thank you for looking after us, helping us when times are hard, and for always being there to listen and comfort. I'm glad our teacher... Well, I read ahead too fast. I'm glad our school has a teacher like you. No, a person like you. Thank you. Sensei paused for a moment, looking at me and contemplating my words. And then, he gently stroked my head. Goosebumps rippled all over me, and my heart fluttered like a swarm of butterflies.
Thank you for your kind words, Chi. I really appreciate it, truly. Shall I walk you to the dormitory?
I think I'll die of happiness today. Can you really?
Why not? I like evening walks. On the way, I'll teach you to keep your eyes on the road.
Despite all my troubles today, this turned out to be the happiest day of my life. It wasn't until I lifted my gaze from Sensei and looked down at the road, I realized we'd already crossed the street. The very one I was supposed to cross to catch up with Sensei. But if he saved me from the car, shouldn't he have ended up on my side? Do you think maybe his ability is like teleportation or something like that? Or did he use his ability? Because nobody knows what his ability is.
Something wrong?
Is this a typo? I feel like this has to be a typo, right? Like, I feel like it, like, the correct word should be something wrong, not something's wrong. I think it's probably just a translation thing, because it's either is something wrong or it should be something wrong. And, like, that's the second time I've seen that happen. He is the Bermuda Triangle? Maybe. No. I was thinking. I shouldn't ask him. It felt like the teachers followed an unspoken rule to hide their abilities, only revealing them by mistake. If I were to ask Sensei this, it definitely shouldn't be now.
Shall we?
Yes, sure. I savored the silence for some time, taking the chance to simply admire Sensei. But soon, the quiet began bothering me, not because I felt uncomfortable. He's a Dorito. He has the slutty waist. He definitely has the tiny slutty waist, I'll give him that. But rather because I was worried that I was boring Sensei, though it's difficult to tell with his calm face. I need to talk to him. About anything. Sensei, may I ask why did you choose Golden Shower? Jeez, out of all the questions to ask. Still, better than nothing. Thankfully, Sensei wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, he looked at me with curiosity.
I wanted to choose something cool yet easy for you. In many curricula, I see experiments that are rather primitive for students. Of course, they introduce you to the basics of reactions, but we already did plenty of those last year. In your final year, labs won't help much with your exams, so I'd rather focus on making them engaging in the first place.
I didn't miss a single word Sensei said. How good that he talks to me like I'm an adult. Why does this sentence make me feel so weird? It feels... It makes me feel so icky. Sensei's done nothing wrong. Sensei's just been normal. But the way she behaves, especially this sentence, is like... I get it. She likes her teacher, who is obviously older than her, and like she wants to be, you know, treated as an adult and grown up because like that's what she thinks she has to behave like to be with him. But like it just, oh god, it's like it hurts me inside to read this. I agree with you, but I think chemical reactions are interesting in their own way.
You have a point. However, not everyone thinks like that.
Then why did you even choose a chemistry-focused class unless they really... And then I cut myself off, suddenly thinking of Zoya. She never told why she chose chemistry out of all the choices. With her dream, it would have made sense for Zoya to go for humanities subjects and practice her English. And why am I only thinking about this now? Because Zoya chose chemistry because you chose chemistry, G. Like, it's... I am suffering from the irony. The dramatic irony, because I know things that G obviously doesn't, because I can see what she can't see. Zoya obviously very much likes G. Like, I think probably more as a friend already, but like, obviously she doesn't notice because she's blinded by her love for Sensei.
Everyone has their own reasons.
Sensei finished the sentence for me, completely unfazed. I always admired his composure and calmness. I wonder if I'll ever be like that. What? Why am I being censored? Caught in the mood and realizing we'd soon reach the dorms, I let my guard down a little. Just enough to ask him a question that had been bugging me for a while. Sensei, when did you come to love chemistry? Bro, he looked so sad for a second there. A shadow flickered across the teacher's calm face. It was only for a moment, but it was enough to make me regret asking. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked.
Not at all, G. Few people ever ask me that, so I was simply surprised.
Had to see what it looked like. All good. The redeems are there to be used. But his reaction hardly looked surprised. Could it be that Sensei is capable of lying? Oh my god! You mean people can lie? Gee, what the fuck? I believe anybody has the capacity to lie. I don't understand what she's so surprised of. I mean, I get it. She sees him on this like pedestal, like he's this perfect being that she loves so much, you know, but like, ooh, it hurts. No way he can lie. I know, right? I didn't think that was possible. I was so startled by this thought that I didn't notice a small bump in the road and tripped. Sensei caught me instantly and shook his head.
You really do need to be watched closely.
I'm sorry.
There's no need to apologize to me for every little mistake.
Okay. Sorry. I bit my lip, so I wouldn't say too much.
He's blushing?
Suddenly, Sensei hid his face with his hand and turned away. Huh. Is he laughing? I barely had time to enjoy his laughter before Sensei became calm and composed once again.
We've arrived.
Of course, I tripped on the same bump in the road that I stumble over every time I'm near the dorms. I should probably start keeping count. I let out a deep sigh. Great. Still no idea why Sensei got into chemistry. Did he mislead me, or was he just not telling me the entire truth? It was too awkward to bring the question up again, so I stayed silent. Maybe when I'm finally a class rep, I'll manage to find out everything there is about our teacher. Thank you so much for walking me here, Sensei.
Anytime. Have a good evening.
You too. When he was out of sight, I quickly looked around. Thank goodness no one was near the dorms. I don't even know what I'd do if any of the girls saw me with the teacher. A sudden realization struck me. If I plan to be the class rep, I can't give any reason to be jealous of me. Looks like it's going to be harder than I thought. But it's okay. I can handle it. As Zoya was on her way back from the sewing club, I made myself some tea and flopped on my bed, running over the events of the day again and again. The mystery of his love for chemistry could wait. But how exactly had he saved me from that car? There were all kinds of rumors about Sensei's abilities. Some said he takes on the appearance of other people to seduce students. Others swore they had seen him walk through walls. There were suggestions that Sensei could read minds, hypnotize, fly. Still, that didn't quite match our situation. For now, I had two theories on his rapid movement. He either freezes time or teleports. I don't think he can freeze time because we've met somebody whose ability is to freeze time. And from that interaction, it's very obvious that because somebody froze time, and the way G described it is that she felt like her body was frozen for like a few seconds. So obviously when someone freezes time, at least in like that one instance, it seems like you notice, you can tell, you know, like something's not quite right. So I think it's more likely that he can teleport. Maybe I could take advantage of the moment and find out for sure. What are you plotting here? Yet another scheme to win Sensei's heart. Zoya! I ditched my tea and ran to her. Overjoyed, I spread my arms wide in an inviting manner. Zoya hesitated a bit, but let me hug her. Did it work out? Of course! Well, I almost got hit by a car, but... Wait a minute, what? I probably shouldn't have mentioned the car. Now Zoya definitely won't let me go anywhere alone. When I told Zoya everything that had happened, including the dead cat, she looked at me as if I'd just read War and Peace to her. You really can't be left alone. Come on, it all turned out fine, didn't it? But what if something did happen? Gee, you can't be so careless. Okay, Mom, I'll be more careful. Really? I was just too nervous today, and so much happened, but from now on, I'll be more careful and cautious. Besides, I'll be focusing on my schoolwork now. Finally, Zoya smiled. Indeed. Do you want to study together? Do you even need to ask? Can you help me with some math tomorrow morning? The teacher gave us so much homework again. I'm sorry, G, but I probably won't be able to. Didn't see that coming. Zoya turning me down. You're busy in the morning? For some reason, Zoya grew even gloomier. I really wanted to ask, but I feared she wouldn't tell me anything. Zoya never shared much about herself. What happened? Don't worry, I'll try to quickly take care of things. Maybe I'll still get to help you out. Okay, whatever works for you. I'll try to manage on my own. And you remember that I'm always here for you, right? Of course, G. Thank you for always being there. I should be the one saying that. There'll be lots of challenges ahead, but I'm determined to overcome them. Even when Zoya's not around, I still feel her presence and support. Good night. Sweet dreams. Okay, and then we've been through this. What a pity the rooms are single. Sure, I could always throw a mattress on the floor, but I still haven't managed to persuade Zoya to stay over on the sly. Once I become the class rep, I'll definitely invite her around for a girls' night. All night long, we'll binge rom-coms while laughing and picking out on sweets. Great idea. And now, time for bed. Okay, and I think this is okay. Take it, skip, okay. We've got a couple more to go, 2 more. This time we'll go with Zoya. We'll skip, we'll meet Noble. And then we'll keep skipping, skip. We'll go to the rooftop, why not? Ooh, I shouldn't have left the sound effects so loud. Maybe I'll put them back down a little bit. I thought it'd be fine if I left them on max. Okay, we're gonna save. I'm not gonna remember. That's one thing that I've always disliked, but maybe it's just a feature of Renpai that you can't really get around. This is helpful. I do like that this kind of tells you what chapter you're on, or like maybe what section of like the prologue you're on, for example, but I do wish you could manually name the saves, because it would really help in remembering what happened and what you did. Okay, this time we're gonna go to the rooftop. I was rushing so fast I hadn't even realized I was already climbing the stairs to the rooftop. There's no way Sensei would be up here, so I don't know why this is an option. I mean, I know it's an option so you can meet the other characters, but I still think it's funny. Sometimes Sensei would come up here to enjoy the sunset. Okay, never mind. Once when I sat near the sakura tree waiting for Zoya to come back from her sewing club, I noticed him sat up there watching the sundown. Perhaps today would be one of those days. After all, it's the return to school from summer break. He must be working on the academic plan. Reason enough to want some time alone. Oh well, I've decided to go up. No backing out now. It is what it is. My heart skipped a beat as I opened the door and walked through. A gust of wind ruffled my hair, almost snatching the chrysanthemums from my hand, yet I held on tight. I feel like Noble should be here. I could be wrong. I fixed my glasses, which had once again slid down my nose, before finally looking around. There was no sign of Sensei. Instead, on the roof stood Noble? I was gripped by a fear so intense I could hardly move. Yet I still mustered the strength to rush over to him. Does it look like he's gonna jump? He was stood by a barrier meant to stop careless students from falling off the roof. My hunch is that his ability is to be able to fly, because Zoya has mentioned that Noble likes to fly. Noble, be careful.
Huh? Oh, Princess. Here we meet again, Princess. Could it be fate?
Noble turned to face me. He was strangely calm, as if he wasn't standing at the edge between life and death. One wrong move would send him plummeting from the rooftop. Sort of. Noble does like to fly. Perhaps this wasn't fate, like Noble had said, but just some bad luck. Please, get down from there. You really could fall. My fear for him overwhelmed all my other emotions, making me forget all about my embarrassment. All that mattered was keeping him safe.
Don't be so scared. I can manage. See?
To prove it, Noble grabbed the barrier with his hands, arching his body backwards. Jesus. I see. I prayed to every god I knew, begging this clown would stop fooling around and climb back over the barrier. A deafening roar filled my ears, as though I stood beneath the waterfall, my vision blurred. Let me go, please. Is this a memory from when I was a kid?
Huh? The little princess is finally scared of us. Serves you right. You shouldn't have been waving your fists around. Let's see her fly. You want to fly, don't you?
No! No! Wait! They crashed into the ground. They've fallen. They've actually fallen. What the fuck was that? So when we were a kid, there were other kids that tried to like throw us off from somewhere high, but instead they fell? What the fuck? But what happened there? Maybe that's when her ability first manifested. They did say that abilities manifest after an intense emotion. Where's the notes? No. Anomalies. First triggered by a huge emotional outburst. I wouldn't be surprised if that's when her ability first manifested. I don't know how that exactly explains how the other boys fell. Like maybe she super speedily pushed them away or like got away and that caused them to... I don't know. Noble? I pleaded with him desperately. Noble scoffed but came to a stop.
You're so boring, princess.
Princesses don't jump from towers. I barely managed to pull myself together. Begging won't work with Noble. I'll have to play by his rules.
They don't. They'd rather wait for a knight to climb the tower and injure himself instead.
Mr. Noble, you've already shown your skill. Now you should honorably step down.
You still haven't given Sensei that bouquet, have you?
Instead of listening to me, Noble changed the subject. Not yet. I was so stunned I could barely process his question. Oh no, I'd completely given myself away. Noble's grin grew even wider, as impossible as that seemed.
So it's Sensei after all. I thought it would be someone more interesting. For instance.
If you like him that much, why don't you try your luck?
Goodness, the princess has quite a sharp tongue. Fascinating. I take it you were a different person once, right?
Damn. I thought I'd managed to get my fiery temper under control now, but Noble was testing me. We're all different when we're young. Change is natural.
You're right.
Noble stared into the distance, as if remembering something deep in the past.
Will you tell me what you were like, princess?
Maybe we should finish this conversation when... Noble's smile faded, as if someone had flipped a switch.
I almost forgot why I came here. Thanks for the reminder.
Noble released one hand from the rail, tilting over to the side and hanging in the air. No! I grabbed his outstretched hand. The bouquet dug deep into my palm, crunching mournfully, like it was taking its final breath. Can you not do that to me? Because like... It's metaphors like this that trigger me the most. Because what do you mean? And in like, what do you mean the bouquet crunched mournfully? Like, that does not make sense. You are describing an inanimate object without feelings. And on top of that, you have to add a metaphor, a like metaphor. It just... Is it like a weird translation thing? Is it because like... Because I'm pretty sure this was probably written in another language and then translated to English. Like... I can't tell which was the original language, English or the other one. So I don't know if it's a translation thing or if it's just a really strange writing choice. Because I know sometimes there are like sayings that don't translate well to English. Is it wrong? No. Is it good? Hell no. No. It's like specifically this that bothers me. Like, because what do you mean crunching mournfully? Like that really grinds my gears, guys. My eyes stung from the sense of loss. Looks like I can forget about the gift for Sensei. The chrysanthemums can be damned. Saving Noble comes first. Noble, please. Let's talk. I'll do whatever I can to help. I'll hear you out.
If only you knew how many times someone's told me that. It's always the same. Are you not capable of an original thought? I was stunned by Noble's words.
Original?
I had no idea what he was talking about. My fear was replaced by boiling rage.
And you? You're anything but original.
Noble stared at me in shock, like it was his first time laying eyes upon me. He then burst out laughing. What a princess! Bravo! He climbed over the barrier, and I let out a sigh of relief. Water dripped down from his hair. Looks like he's found the pool then. Then why is he behaving so recklessly? Maybe something happened during practice. The bouquet bit into my palm, the brittle stems sighing their last breath. Yeah, that's I would prefer that version over the whatever it was earlier. Maybe something happened during practice. I should definitely speak with Zoya and... What are you doing? Noble reached out for the bouquet. Since the chrysanthemums are damaged, there's no point in giving them to Sensei, so maybe we should play a guessing game. What? My thoughts were in such a state of disarray I could hardly figure out what Noble wanted. Apart from to drive me completely insane. You wanted something original, didn't you? Let's take a guess about what will happen in my life. Fate is always unpredictable, right, princess? Noble said it so nonchalantly, like he was just thinking about what to have for breakfast. The words escaped me. I just stood there, staring blankly at Noble, unable to think clearly. Crunching mournfully is just something else. It's like, it doesn't make sense to me, honestly. Oh, right. He took off his vest and gently draped it over my shoulders. How cute! I flinched in fear. It was unusually warm. There was one instance where he refused to take off that vest because it's his favorite, or he really likes it. There was some reason. And the fact that he's taking it off to give to her to wear is interesting, very interesting. I don't want you catching a cold. He gently tugged at the bouquet. I unconsciously let go. His actions were so irrational and unpredictable that I couldn't keep up with the constant changes. Let's begin. Noble picked up a chrysanthemum and handed the bouquet back to me. We'll save the rest for later. Later? What if he decided to jump off the roof? Oh, later as in if he... Yeah, okay. I read that wrong. I didn't see the comma. I tried to speak out, but all that came out was a soft squeak. Noble scoffed and pulled a petal from the flower. To jump or not to jump? To jump or not to jump? To jump, jump, or not to jump? To jump. The only thing Noble didn't consider was that chrysanthemums have lots of petals. Once the flowers had no petals left, his excitement faded. To jump. He muttered away with little interest, finally plucking the last petal. I was so entranced by his guessing that it took me a moment to understand what he meant. But when Noble climbed the barrier again, I grabbed his shirt. No! Fate has decided so, princess. Maybe we should play again. Want to try guessing my secrets? We could share and tell? That's interesting. I'll keep it in mind for the next time. Noble swung a leg over the edge of the roof. I hugged him tightly, like an anchor keeping a ship in the bay. Okay. Noble gently pulled my hands off him. I'm sorry, princess. I can't. I can't resist. You better look away. Before I could do anything else, Noble had jumped. The wind whistled in my ears as his plaid shirt blurred before my eyes. That was it. I couldn't do anything. A terrified cry came from beneath. I fell to my knees,
hardly feeling the impact against the hard floor. All I could do was stare at the barrier where Noble had stood, just moments ago. Noble. I wrapped myself tightly in his vest, trying to hide from the whole world and escape the nightmare I had fallen into. The still warm vest smelled of cherry and vanilla. With Noble's scent wrapped around me, I could hardly think of anything but him. Why would he do this? The despair, fear, and the sudden realization of my own helplessness were suffocating. I could no longer resist and burst into tears. Voices rang out from somewhere below. The wind grew stronger and colder, lashing at my cheeks, but I didn't care. I think this is an interesting detail that I like that they did this, but she's crying, right? And so the scenery has become blurrier. I cried so long that the vest was soaked in my tears, and its scent grew even stronger. My glasses were completely steamed up from the tears, but I didn't bother wiping them. I'd rather see the world blurry and unclear than face all its horrors. Gee. A voice called me. I heard it call out again and again, trying to reach me. Who? Why? It didn't matter. Leave me alone. Gee, look at me. A pair of hands wrapped around my face and turned my head. Zoya? Oh, it's Zoya. I'm here. I thought it might have been, Noble. Because I refuse to believe he died. I'm sure he's fine. She held me tightly, as though she feared I'd disappear from her arms. I broke down crying, hugging Zoya and sobbing endlessly. Zoya said nothing, gently stroking my hair. Finally, the flood of tears was over. I managed to pull myself away from Zoya and look into her eyes. Through my tear-streaked glasses, I couldn't see a thing. I could only imagine the look on her face. Zoya, he's down there. I know. I didn't make it. Stupid me. I'm so stupid. I couldn't do anything, Zoya. No, G, you're not stupid. Noble is a huge jerk. Zoya spoke very calmly, as though Noble hadn't just jumped off the roof, but merely taken some candy from the store without paying. I wiped my glasses and pushed them back up my nose. Zoya wasn't the slightest bit upset, yet as she looked over at the railings, waves of anger flooded over her. But when her eyes met mine, her anger was replaced by concern. Can you walk? Yes. Something was wrong. While Zoya did often hide her true feelings behind a smile and a preoccupied look, now she wasn't hiding anything at all. Zoya was genuinely furious with Noble. She did not have the slightest trace of concern for him. Why? Can you make it downstairs? Zoya, what's going on? Noble didn't die. I grew even more terrified, imagining his body, fractured, bruised, and who knows what else. Would he even be able to walk? How could he live in such a damaged body? Don't worry about him. Baffled, I looked at her. The only thought on my mind. Why? Suddenly all the pieces of the puzzle came together in my mind. All his fake bravado and fearlessness, Noble's words about being told to stop countless times. The way he was so sure we'd join him in yet another adventure. Libertas Island. People with abilities. Suddenly it all became clear. He is a total jerk. Can you walk? Zoya repeated. I tore his vest off furiously, as if shaking off a disease, and handed it to Zoya. She accepted it silently. I sure as hell can. Zoya and I pushed our way through the crowd. A couple of teachers and a nurse were already by the fallen body, checking over Noble. The boy lay under a bush, with one arm bent at an unnatural angle and his pants torn. A pool of blood was slowly spreading from under his head. The horrifying sight was nearly enough to make me forget my anger, but I quickly reminded myself that Noble would be fine. I didn't know if he had iron bones or some healing ability, but this guy clearly hadn't jumped just for the sake of hurting himself.
Ah, gee, Zoya.
Noble coughed and spat blood. The teachers began to wail. How could you? Zoya suggested we head straight back to the dorms, but I needed to see for myself. Proof of just how awful Noble was. Noble stopped smiling. It seemed he fully grasped everything I meant with my words.
You were curious about my ability.
I had nothing to say. I just waved him off like a bothersome fly, snatched his vest from Zoya, and dropped it to the ground. Noble was still talking, but I didn't try to catch his words over the roar of the crowd. Let's go, Zoya. Let's go. Even the herbal tea that helped calm me during exams couldn't help this time. I still can't believe Noble is capable of such sick jokes. Of course, when you become an anomaly, sometimes what can be considered acceptable is blurred, but not to this extent. Gee. Okay, ads have started on Twitch. I really need to pee, so I will be back. Okay. I'm back. There's still supposedly a minute left of the ads. I'm gonna reset my tracking. But yeah, I think that was a very big... That was a dick move by Noble. Like, he didn't... I'm sure he didn't realize how much it would traumatize G, but still, it's such a dick move to do that to someone. I think to do that to anybody is just, like, inexcusable. Okay, ad break is supposedly done. And we will continue. And Zoya gently placed her hand on mine. Only then did I realize I was biting down on my lip. Sorry. No need to apologize. Noble's the one at fault for what he did. Does he pull stunts like that often? Zoya let out a joyless laugh. Pretty much. As a child, Noble was simply curious. He wanted to understand everything he could see. He would always unwrap Christmas presents ahead of time, and he could easily take apart an alarm clock just to see the beautiful screws and batteries. Something changed. One day, something happened, and he stopped being just a curious boy. My brother turned into a real daredevil. Not long after, he tried walking barefoot on glass, staying underwater for hours, stabbing himself in the stomach? Bro, what the hell? Horrible. Wait, when he was still a child? Did he have his ability that early? Then why didn't he transfer before? Zoya paused before answering, gathering her thoughts. He pulled too many of those stunts. Our grandfather couldn't take it anymore and secretly sent him to a mental hospital without telling our grandmother or me. Noble wasn't against it either. Maybe he believed he'd actually get help. Remember how they told us that using abilities too often could harm a person? And this is what some of the consequences look like. We hoped Noble would get better here, but it seems we were wrong. I didn't understand my own feelings towards the whole situation, so I stayed silent. What kind of awful ability makes you act like that? How does Noble even live with it? I'm not asking you to forgive him. Definitely not. I just wanted to know why he acted that way. Right after Zoya's words, I received a message from Noble with an apology. Somehow, he even managed to type it with his left hand. Stop. Did I ever even give Noble my number? And so that's why he asked for my phone during the break. We sighed in unison. Well, no matter how much Noble tried to win me over, I wasn't going to reply or forgive him. But to understand him. What a long day, huh? That's for sure. We sat a little longer. To distract me, Zoya started chatting about her new dress and how hard it was to sew on ruffles. After a while, the terrible events of today faded from my mind. Okay, I think we've already gone through this. A moment later, another text arrived on my phone, this time from Zoya. Text me if you need anything. I'm really lucky to have such a caring friend. If Zoya hadn't come to help, I might have spent the whole night on that cursed rooftop. I honestly don't know if I could ever return to that place. Enough with these depressing thoughts. Yes, I need to pull myself together, get some sleep, and do my homework in the morning. Okay, I think I've read this. Okay, and then there's only one more option left to do. Which I think I can just load from this. Well, no, hold on. I want to load the other one. We are gonna go to Sensei's house. I don't know if we'll actually go there, because I'm pretty sure this is the option to go see Olin. Why search the entire school for Sensei when I can just go straight to his place? Though I didn't exactly know where he lived. With my ability, I could run to his neighborhood and wait for him there. I'd never done something like this before. I believe that's a typo, right? I'd never have done. I'm pretty sure that's a typo. Anything involving Sensei had always been sacred to me. But now, with just a year left before graduation, I've got nothing to lose. To save time, I took a shortcut, a gap in the fence that many students used to sneak into school through the back to avoid being late. But before I could reach it, I noticed a tall, boyish silhouette in the bushes. I wonder if this interaction changes depending on whether you found the cat or not. Looking closer, I realized it was Olin. He stood there, eyes locked on whatever was below. Right away, I understood what he was looking at. A shiver ran through my body. I tried so hard to forget this morning, to push any thoughts of the dead cat out of my mind. So why? I forced my stiff legs to carry me towards him, speechless. Olin flinched, but relaxed as soon as he saw me. For a while, we just stood there, staring at the small mound of earth. I wonder if we don't if we decide to go with Zoya in the beginning, that when we meet Olin this time, it's to bury the cat together. I would never have done. I think it's more like I have never done, because this original sentence is I never have done something like this before, and I'm pretty sure like the correct grammatical way would have been I have never done something like this before. For a while we just stood there staring at the small mound of earth. Olin pressed his lips into a thin line. His fingers clenched into his palms, then relaxed. Oh, that was the cat that he took care of. Little Buddy had been missing for so long. I thought she just disappeared, but it turned out. His voice was quiet and hoarse, as if he was looking at the grave of a friend he never got to say goodbye to. My eyes filled with tears, but I forced myself not to break down. She used to wander here a lot. I never thought that. How long have you been feeding her? I no longer doubted it was Olin who'd been looking after her. Since the beginning of summer. Someone buried her. If it was the same person who did that to her. Olin didn't finish, but I vividly remembered the fragile little body, ravaged and lifeless. The torment etched in her golden eyes, and her ragged final breaths were engraved in my memory. I was the one who buried her today, but I don't know who killed her. Thank you. Who would do such a thing to her? Olin's words shattered the last wall keeping my feelings contained. I felt tears burning my eyes. I managed to clap a hand over my mouth just in time to stifle a sob. Olin raised his gaze and tucked a strand of hair behind his ear, like he wanted to get a better view of me. Don't. I quickly looked aside, unable to stop crying. The chrysanthemums in my hand rustled softly, as if whispering comforting words. Another metaphor. Gee. Sorry, I'll get myself together. I sobbed again. I thought at last the peace that I'd long awaited was about to come. But the moment I remembered Olin's desperate expression when he had discovered that little Buddy was already gone, the tears came flooding back. Suddenly, I felt a warm hand on my shoulder. I can't tell if his eyes are brown or golden. I looked around. What? Okay, no, he's using his ability. Olin raised a finger to his lips, and his pupils shifted to a golden yellow color. Wait, is he using his ability? I froze, afraid to move or make a single sound. Suddenly, I felt a great warmth spread throughout my body. Waves of comfort flooded over me, warming my legs, stomach, arms, neck, and head. It was as if my body had risen through deep waters and was now floating up in the clouds. My body felt alive. All my muscles relaxed. I felt so at peace that I couldn't help but exhale loudly. Even the air I inhaled seemed brimming with joy. Thank you. I'd never seen such an open and happy smile on his face before. Feeling better. A lot. Good. And thank you too. For what? It's the first time I've met someone who cares for others this deeply. I wanted to ask, just how many people have you seen then? But instead, I just smiled. We stood there a little longer, and then Olin took his hand off my shoulder. The feeling of endless happiness disappeared instantly. I almost pulled his hand back, but I caught myself. He's already spent too much energy. It isn't safe using an ability this often. Olin stared at the grave, his gaze turning distant. Had he not used his ability, I'm sure I would have been even more anxious. But right now, an incredible peace still lingered within me. And it was all thanks to Olin. He pulled me out of a hopeless grief while still suffering himself. That's not right. I plucked up the courage and blurted out, maybe we could walk back to the dorms together. Olin stood completely still at first, as if he hadn't heard me at all. In that moment, I was ready for the ground to swallow me whole. I was so ashamed. Olan finally looked over at me, his eyes full of astonishment.
Back to the dorms.
Yeah. Since we're headed in the same direction, I figured... If you don't feel like it, just say. I won't take any offense, really. Olan fell deep in thought, as though I'd asked him if he wanted to flee the island rather than heading back to the dorms. While he was thinking, one of my palms began to tingle. Chrysanthemums! Sensei! I shook my head. Today was clearly not the day to give him a present. I crouched down and placed the bouquet on the grave. Now it looked complete. Do you mind?
No.
Looked like Olan was recovering little by little. His face lit up the moment he saw the flowers.
Of course not.
Okay then. I found myself staring intently at Olan, who was studying the chrysanthemums, how someone might study a rare gem. Let's go. Huh?
Let's go.
Right, I was so lost in thought that I almost forgot where we were going. My heart swelled with joy. Far too much joy. You want to tell me some stories on the way? As I expected, this cheered Olan up even more. He even met my gaze for a moment.
If you'd like.
I really would. Olan laughed softly. His laughter helped finally calm me down.
But the girl felt no affection for the young huntsman, so he asked if she'd agree to wed him if he could bring down a star from the sky. No living person could ever strike down a child of the heavens, so the girl agreed. That evening they went to a vast meadow. The huntsman pulled back the string and sent an arrow flying toward the sky. Within seconds the arrow had struck a star, but the god, furious at the man who dared to touch what was his, condemned the huntsman, turning him into a silver flower. Thus the aster flower was born.
What a sad story. Why do the gods always meddle with mortals' happiness?
I don't know. Maybe they're jealous.
What do we have that they don't?
We're fragile.
Is that really a reason to be jealous? Olan looked at me curiously.
Gods are immortal and mighty. We're frail and powerless on the verge of disappearing. They can toy with us however they like. Yet when mortals achieve what was thought possible only for gods, like shooting an arrow and striking a star, they get angry. If even a mere mortal is capable of so much, then what remains for the gods? They cannot surpass themselves. There's no higher place to reach. Please forgive me. I'm talking too much today.
No, it was fascinating. But can't gods take on human form?
Few would dare to do such a thing.
We fell silent for a moment, each reflecting on the other's words. Have you ever thought of becoming a writer? Olan lowered his head, but even through his long bangs I noticed him blushing.
No, I was always ready to become a florist or a botanist.
He's ready? What does that mean? I nearly asked him directly, but caught myself in time. Olan had only just begun to open up. I couldn't press him with something so personal. Luckily, we had already reached the dormitory. It was long and narrow, connecting several buildings. Sometimes finding someone in there was as hard as solving a Rubik's Cube. Which way do you need to go?
There.
He pointed to the street we had just come from. Huh? It's the first time I've heard of a student living not at the dorms. But then where do... The look on Olen's face was so striking that it instantly fell silent. It was as if he'd just revealed a terrible secret and now regretted ever doing so.
Well, see you, G.
Goodbye. However, my words never reached Olan. He had already spun around and rushed off, like a suspect fleeing the scene of a crime! No more metaphors, please? Well, I'm sorry, there was just another one. Why are there so many? What's your story, Olin? Exhausted, I collapsed onto my bed and stared out the window, recalling the legends Olin had told me about. He knows so much, and more importantly, he knows how to tell his stories in the most captivating way. A true storyteller. A knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. Zoya! Hello? Sorry, I only just got here. I didn't have time to make tea. Has something happened? Well... I briefly told her what had happened to me and why I'd never given the bouquet to Sensei. When I brought up little Buddy's fate, Zoya's face froze, as if unwilling to show any emotion. At least I got to know Olin better. He turned out to be a good guy. There's no reason for everyone to avoid him. Yeah, at least that's something good that came out of today. We smiled at each other weakly. By then, the tea Zoya made had cooled down, still untouched. Throwing it away felt wrong, so I went off to boil the kettle once again. How were your lessons? Do you really want to know? Of course, it'll help take my mind off things. So I gave an understanding nod and began talking about sewing ruffles onto a new dress, needles snapping and threads breaking. Her story helped me finally calm down. It was time for us to part ways. Zoya wished me good night and disappeared behind the door. I think this is same. Pretty much everything we've gone through before. Okay, and I guess that's it. Finally, I think I pretty much went through most of the branching options. I do know for sure that I got all the illustrations, I think. Got Zoya, we got the Sensei, like what the hell? We got Noble. Bruh, the second picture is just him gone. I miss Expedition 33 writing, yeah. I don't have all of Olin's pictures. Okay, I'm gonna do this quickly. There's supposed to be 5 more. I'm assuming the other images are if you didn't find the cat, which should be this one, I think. This is if we haven't met Olin before. There was a mound of soil. It looked like something had been buried there recently. Olin's sorrowful gaze made any thoughts of buried treasure vanish instantly. Olin had always been quiet and calm, lost in his own thoughts. He once helped me find the shelf with the chemistry books. Okay, some of this we've seen. Some of this is like reused text from if you had seen him initially in the library. So I'm just gonna skip what I can. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I chose not to ask why he was here or what was buried. I had planned to walk away, but when I saw his downcast face, I just couldn't. Without a word, I stepped closer, bent down, and gently laid the bouquet on the ground. Olin stared at me in astonishment. Did you know little Buddy, too? No. I admitted it honestly. I was never good at lying. I just thought it was right she got a proper send-off after she passed. I'm sure little Buddy deserved that. Olin bowed his head, his bangs covering his face. I didn't need to look to know he was crying. Even I felt a sudden sadness. On impulse, I did something I hadn't done in years. I reached out and took the hand of someone in need of comfort. Olin could have easily pulled away, but he didn't. Instead, he squeezed my hand in return. Suddenly, a pain spread through my body. It was so intense that I cried out in horror. Although it was brief, it felt like thousands of needles had been plunged into me, like my body was being torn apart. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Is his ability to share his emotions? Olin recoiled in terror, throwing his hands up in the air. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I don't know how that happened. I thought of little Buddy and forgot that you... I'm sorry. It's okay. I understand. It seems little Buddy was very dear to you. I found her last summer and fed her. I thought when I graduate I'd take her with me, but... Olin grew quiet. clenching his fists. I didn't know what else to say, but I didn't dare leave either. So I simply stood, waiting for Olan to pull himself together. Finally, he looked up, releasing his fists. Thank you. But there's really no need to thank me. I just happened to be there. Sometimes that's all you need. Wow, he even smiled. I couldn't help but smile back. Want me to walk you back to the dorms? He clearly didn't want to be alone. I couldn't bring myself to refuse him. Why not? Okay, and then this is where we've already gone through. Right? Yeah, we've already gone through here. Okay. Okay, well we're done now. We got all the things. If I go look at it now, we got, yeah, 9 out of 9. So this is if we didn't bury little buddy. And then this is if we did bury her. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna read the notes and then we're just gonna call it a night because I've been going for quite a while. Okay, Noble has been updated. Okay, his ability is regeneration. Crazy. He's a psycho. What the hell? Okay, and so Sensei's ability is teleportation or freezing time. I think it's teleportation. I don't think it's freezing time. Okay, and then we have Olin. A reserved boy G met at the library. He likes to talk, but as if afraid of his own enthusiasm, quickly cuts himself short. An excellent storyteller, he loves retelling old legends. This is like the longest, like, text that I've seen for any of the characters so far. He likes to help the librarian with the plants, and he also draws and reads a lot. A reserved boy G met at the library. He likes to... Oh, it's just like... It's just duplicated. Never mind, it's long because it's duplicated. Must be a bug. Ability, controlling others' emotions. Okay, so it's not sharing, but it's controlling. Then we have Shayna, the one who squeezed us like a lemon. A rude bully who loves to make others' lives miserable. She often gets away with it, but sometimes she is sent to do community service. She is friends with the former vice rep. Shayna doesn't talk about her ability much. She just says that she knows how to hurt people. She's scary, man. What the hell? Okay, and then we have the Dreamcatcher. A Dreamcatcher-shaped amulet with 6 weird grooves. Beside the grooves, there are some ornate runes, similar to the ones G saw among the islanders. Cool and metallic, it feels nice in the hand. Okay, graduates. The anomalies all gave consent to live in the town. They are allowed to leave the island, but upon leaving have to get their memories of the town and the research center location erased. The graduates can stay to work in the center or at school. They can also work for the local shops. So, like, what happens if you graduate and you still have your ability, but you want to leave? Like, do you get your memories wiped, but then you still have your ability? So then, like, what's the point? The legend of the Gardenias. Gardenias were flowers thought to bring people eternal life. However, they turned out to be heralds of death. They brought great misfortune to the tribe that grew them. Since then, any place where gardenias grow is considered cursed. Wouldn't that mean the library's cursed? Anyways, about abilities. It is said that abilities must not be overused. They don't elaborate on the side effects, but they scare you with stories of people losing their minds. I don't know if that's true or not. Little buddy! A small cat that Olin used to feed. How she found her way to the town and who killed her remain unknown. I think for sure in the full game they're gonna expand on, like, I'm sure you'll be able to find out who killed her, but like maybe one of the bullies? I wouldn't be surprised. Anyways, that is this game. I think it's interesting. There's definitely a lot of like questions I have. So I would be interested in playing the full game once it comes out. It might kill me though to get through it because oh my god, the amount of metaphors I might just like pass away. It's just so many. It's just so many, and like there is no need for that many. Anyways, I will leave it here. I don't think I want to raid anybody. So I will just say have a good night or morning, have a good rest of your day, and I will see you at the next stream, which is technically later today because it is already past midnight. And that game, I think, is voice acted. I don't know if it's fully voice acted, but that should give my vocal cords a little bit of rest. So, huzzah! Alright, bye-byes!